first of their kind will rise. May they honor us with their deeds, and may they find the balance we have strived to create.
This is our legacy, sister. Let this be the beginning of something greater than even we can imagine.
Throughout history, cultures around the world have crafted intricate stories to explain the origins of life, the cosmos, and human civilization. Hindu mythology, one of the oldest and most profound traditions, offers a wealth of such tales. Tales of powerful gods, fierce battles, and divine intervention. But what if these stories were not merely myths, but echoes of real events involving beings from beyond our world? One such tale is the story of Durga. It begins with a powerful demon king named Mahishasura, who was granted a boon by Brahma that he could not be killed by any man or god. Empowered by this boon, Mahishasura wreaked havoc across the three worlds, heaven, earth, and the underworld, defeating the gods and claiming the throne of Indra, the king of gods. The gods, unable to defeat Mahishasura, approached the trinity of supreme deities, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, for help. In response, the three gods combined their divine energies to create a powerful goddess who could defeat the demon. This goddess was Durga, a warrior deity embodying the collective strength and wrath of all the gods. Durga was born with 10 arms, each holding a weapon gifted by different gods. Shiva gave her his trident, Vishnu his discus, and Indra his thunderbolt. She rode on the back of a lion, symbolizing her power and fearlessness. Durga's appearance is depicted as both awe-inspiring and fearsome, embodying the perfect balance of beauty and ferocity. Durga's epic battle with Mahishasura is one of the most celebrated tales in Hindu mythology. When Mahishasura heard about Durga's challenge, he laughed at the idea of a woman fighting him. However, Durga proved to be an unstoppable force. The battle raged for 9 days and nights, during which Durga displayed incredible skill and strength. Each of her arms wielded a weapon with precision, and her lion mount fought alongside her. Mahishasura, who could change his form, took on various appearances: a buffalo, a lion, an elephant, to confuse and overpower Durga. But Durga, with her divine insight and power, anticipated his every move. On the 10th day, Durga finally confronted Mahishasura in his buffalo form. She leaped onto him, pinned him down with her foot, and pierced his heart with her trident, ending his reign of terror. In an age where gods walked the earth with humans and cosmic battles shaped the destiny of worlds, we find the story of a demon king. His quest for immortality and dominion over the universe led him to challenge the very gods themselves. Yet, in his own palace, a young prince named Prahalada stood firm in his devotion to a higher power, setting the stage for a legendary confrontation. The story of Hiranyakashipu and Prahlada originates from ancient Hindu scriptures, primarily the Bhagavata Purana, which was composed between the 8th and 10th centuries CE. However, the oral traditions and mythological themes it draws upon are much older, tracing back to the Vedic literature of at least 1500 BCE, with some elements possibly extending even earlier. Thus, while the written form of the story is around 1000 to 1200 years old, its roots in Hindu culture and religion span over 3000 years, making it one of the most enduring narratives in ancient Indian mythology. Hiranyakashipu was a king, but no ordinary king. Born into the Daitya clan, he was a mighty asura, a being of immense power and ambition. His story begins with a tragedy, the the death of his brother Hiranyaksha at the hands of Lord Vishnu, who appeared in the form of a giant boar, the Varaha avatar. Grief-stricken and thirsting for revenge, Hiranyakashipu embarked on a quest for ultimate power. He performed severe penance, appeasing Lord Brahma, the creator. Brahma, moved by his devotion, offered him a boon, a blessing that Hiranyakashipu cunningly crafted to make himself nearly invincible. Hiranyakashipu asked to be immune to death by any being created by Brahma, neither inside nor outside, neither during the day nor at night, neither by any weapon, nor by any human or animal, neither on the ground nor in the sky. With this seemingly foolproof boon, Hiranyakashipu believed he had become immortal. Empowered by this divine gift, Hiranyakashipu became a tyrant. He demanded that all worship him instead of the gods, spreading fear and chaos across the realms. But in his own palace lived a beacon of hope and faith, his son, Prahlada. From a young age, Prahlada was a devout follower of Lord Vishnu. His unwavering devotion infuriated Hiranyakashipu, who subjected Prahlada to unimaginable punishments. Yet, Prahlada remained unscathed, protected by his divine faith. In a final, desperate attempt to break his son's faith, Hiranyakashipu demanded to know where Vishnu was. Prahlada calmly replied that Vishnu was omnipresent. Enraged, Hiranyakashipu struck a nearby pillar, challenging Vishnu to appear. To his shock and horror, the pillar split open, and out emerged Narsimha, the fourth avatar of Vishnu. This form, a being with the head of a lion and the body of a man, was neither human nor animal. Narsimha seized Hiranyakashipu, and at twilight, on the threshold of a courtyard, placed him on his lap and tore him apart with his claws. Thus, Hiranyakashipu's reign of terror ended. Narsimha's unique form and the circumstances of Hiranyakashipu's death were designed to bypass every clause of the boon, showcasing the divine's ability to uphold cosmic balance and justice. Prahlada, the epitome of unwavering faith, was then blessed and installed as a righteous king. As we delve deeper into the mythological connections, one intriguing speculation arises. Could Hiranyakashipu have been a Nephilim? And could the gods in his story be the Anunnaki? The term Nephilim originates from the Hebrew Bible and is often interpreted to refer to a race of giants or demigods, born from the union of the sons of God and the daughters of men. These beings are typically depicted as possessing extraordinary strength and capabilities. In a similar vein, Hiranyakashipu is portrayed as a being of immense power, nearly invincible due to the boon granted by Brahma. His extraordinary abilities and tyrannical reign could align him with the concept of the Nephilim, a formidable figure who challenges divine authority. Turning to the gods, particularly Brahma and Vishnu, we see parallels with the Anunnaki, the deities from ancient Sumerian mythology who are often described as powerful, godlike beings descending from the heavens. The Anunnaki were believed to have played a significant role in the creation and governance of humanity, similar to the roles of Brahma, the creator, and Vishnu, the preserver, in Hindu mythology. The intervention of Vishnu, in the form of Narasimha, to restore cosmic order by defeating Hiranyakashipu, mirrors the way the Anunnaki might have intervened in human affairs to maintain balance and order. Brahma is known as the creator god in Hindu mythology. He is part of the Trimurti, which includes Vishnu, the preserver, and Shiva, the destroyer. Brahma's role is to create the universe and all living beings. He is often depicted with 4 faces, symbolizing his all-seeing nature and comprehensive knowledge. Interestingly, This seems similar to the multi-faced beings witnessed by the biblical prophet Ezekiel. Ancient Indian scriptures speak of Vimanas, described as flying machines capable of extraordinary feats. Hinduism is one of the world's oldest living religions, with roots stretching back over 4,000 years. The core scriptures, known as the Vedas, are a collection of ancient texts that were composed in Sanskrit. Scholars have dated the earliest of these texts, the Rig Veda, to around 1500 BC during the early Vedic period, which followed the Indo-Aryan migrations into the Indian subcontinent. This makes the Rig Veda one of the oldest known religious texts still in use today. 3,500 years ago would have been during the Bronze Age, a time when early civilizations were developing their distinct identities through advances in metalwork, urban planning, and cultural exchanges. To put this age into context, it would be over 1,500 years before the rise of classical Greece, and more than 2,000 years before the Roman Empire reached its zenith. It's nearly 3,500 years before major events like the Renaissance. An era that feels distant, yet is much closer to our time than the Rig Veda's composition. Vimanas, as detailed in Sanskrit and Buddhist texts, are complex machines with remarkable capabilities. Described as a fusion of modern stealth aircraft and flying saucers, Vimanas were designed for various purposes, from celestial travel to interplanetary journeys. These ancient flying machines were equipped with propulsion systems that enabled high-speed flight and even invisibility. Accounts mention them being circular in shape, resembling what we might envision as flying saucers today. Vedic texts, like the Mahabharata and Ramayana, provide vivid descriptions of Vimanas. They were used by gods to descend from their heavenly abodes to earth. Some texts recount Vimanas engaged in battles, armed with potent weaponry capable of rivaling modern science fiction concepts. These Vimanas were said to traverse vast distances in remarkably short periods, similar to the warp drives of modern science fiction. The texts not only mention their capability, but also detail how these machines were used by the gods to travel between realms. This suggests a profound understanding of advanced technology, possibly involving the manipulation of space-time. Were these ancient Vimana designs inspired by extraterrestrial influences? Do they represent a sophisticated understanding of advanced technologies lost to time?
Ravana, a central figure in Hindu mythology, is the primary antagonist of the Ramayana. Born to the sage Vishrava and the demon princess Kaikesi, Ravana belonged to the Rakshasa clan. From an early age, he exhibited extraordinary intelligence and strength. To become the most powerful being, Ravana performed severe penances to please Lord Brahma, who granted him several boons, including near immortality, except from humans and animals. Ravana's power grew as he conquered the three worlds, Earth, Heaven, and the Netherworld. He overthrew his half-brother Kubera, taking over Lanka. Despite his virtues and capabilities, Ravana's arrogance and lust for power led to tyranny and oppression. The pivotal moment in Ravana's story is his abduction of Sita, the wife of Prince Rama of Ayodhya. Incited by his sister Shurpanakha, who was humiliated by Rama and Lakshmana, Ravana became infatuated with Sita's beauty. Disguising himself as a mendicant, he lured Rama and Lakshmana away and abducted Sita, taking her to Lanka in his flying chariot, the Pushpaka Vimana. Rama, devastated, sought the help of Hanuman and the monkey king Sugriva. With their assistance, Rama amassed an army and marched towards Lanka. The ensuing battle was intense, with Ravana's forces gradually overwhelmed. Key warriors, including Ravana's sons and his brother Kumbhakarna, were slain. Ravana's son Indrajit, a powerful magician, also fell in the conflict. In the climactic battle, Rama and Ravana faced each other. Despite Ravana's formidable prowess, Rama, guided by righteousness, ultimately triumphed. Using the celestial Brahmastra, Rama pierced Ravana's heart, ending his life.
In Hindu mythology, numerous stories depict demigod tyrant kings, whose excessive pride and misuse of power lead to their downfall at the hands of gods, including Hiranyakashipu, Ravana, and Mahishasura, just to name a few. Sumerian mythology, particularly the Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the oldest recorded stories known, also presents us with a tyrant, demigod king, whose excessive pride and abuse of power lead to his downfall through divine intervention. Hiranyakashipu and Ravana, like Gilgamesh, exhibit hubris that ultimately invokes the wrath or intervention of the gods. The quest for immortality is a significant theme in both traditions. Gilgamesh's journey to find eternal life mirrors the Hindu concept of moksha, the liberation from the cycle of birth and death. While Gilgamesh ultimately learns to accept his mortality, Hindu mythology often presents immortality as attainable through devotion and righteous living. The striking similarities between these mythologies suggest that they may not merely be coincidental or the result of cultural exchanges, but could represent memories of the same events and beings, interpreted through different cultural lenses. The recurring themes of demigod tyrant kings, divine retribution, and quests for immortality point to a shared narrative structure that might originate from common historical events or legendary figures. These shared archetypes reflect a collective memory of ancient interactions between powerful beings and humanity. It is possible that both Hindu and Sumerian mythologies drew from an even older common source of ancestral myths. As these stories were passed down and adapted by different cultures, they retained core elements while incorporating local beliefs and traditions.
Could it be that the stories of Ravana and the Anunnaki are not just myths, but fragmented memories of ancient events where powerful beings, possibly extraterrestrial, interacted with early human civilizations? The idea that these legends may be rooted in a common source of historical truth adds a new dimension to our understanding of ancient history and mythology. As we continue to uncover the mysteries of our past, the connections between these seemingly disparate stories invite us to consider the possibility of a shared human heritage influenced by extraordinary beings.
The ancient Indus Valley civilization, a beacon of advanced urban planning, trade, and culture that flourished around 3300 to 1300 BC. The Indus Valley, encompassing parts of modern-day Pakistan and northwest India, boasts artifacts like the Pashupati seal, depicting a horned figure in a yogic pose surrounded by animals. This figure bears a striking resemblance to early depictions of Shiva, suggesting proto-Shiva worship in this ancient civilization. The Indus Valley civilization is part of the broader narrative of human dispersion following the events of the Tower of Babel. According to the Bible, humanity was dispersed across the earth, leading to the formation of various nations and cultures. The descendants of Japheth, one of Noah's sons, are traditionally associated with regions extending into Europe and parts of Asia. It is plausible that some of Japheth's descendants migrated eastward, eventually settling in regions corresponding to the Indus Valley. Shiva, one of the principal deities of Hinduism, known as the Destroyer within the Hindu Trinity, Shiva's role extends far beyond destruction. He embodies the cycles of creation and preservation, representing the eternal dance of the universe. With his third eye symbolizing wisdom and the power to destroy evil, and his trident, the Trishula, signifying control over creation, maintenance, and destruction, Shiva's presence is both fearsome and benevolent. Shiva's depiction often includes the river goddess Ganga, flowing from his matted hair, symbolizing purification and the life-giving force of water. He is also adorned with ashes, reminding us of the impermanence of the physical body and the eternal nature of the soul. As Nataraja, the cosmic dancer, Shiva performs the dance of destruction and creation, encapsulating the cyclical nature of the universe. His symbol, the lingam, represents generative power and is worshipped across countless temples in India and beyond. Interestingly, Shiva's wife is Parvati, known as the Daughter of the Mountain, which parallels Enki's wife, known as Lady of the Mountain. Shiva's daughter is Ashoka Sundari, the goddess of forests, akin to Enki's daughter, often associated with greenery and nature. Enki, the wise and cunning god of water, knowledge, and creation in ancient Sumerian mythology. Also known as Ea in Akkadian mythology, Enki's domain is the Apsu. He is depicted with streams of water flowing from his shoulders, symbolizing his association with life-giving waters and fertility. Enki is revered for his immense wisdom, magic, and his crucial role in the creation of humanity. Enki's symbols often include fish and goats, representing fertility and abundance. As a benefactor of humanity, Enki is known for his protective nature, often intervening to save humans from disasters and imparting essential knowledge and skills, such as writing and agriculture. His cunning and benevolence make him a central figure in Sumerian mythology, embodying the attributes of a creator and protector. Enki came to Earth along with the Apkallu, or 7 sages, which mirrors the depiction of Shiva with 7 sages in Hindu iconography. This parallel highlights a striking similarity between the two cultures. One of the most intriguing parallels between Shiva and Enki is their association with serpents, symbolizing their roles as bearers of divine knowledge and transformative power. Shiva is often depicted with serpents coiled around his neck and arms, representing Kundalini, the primal energy that, when awakened, leads to spiritual enlightenment. The Brotherhood of the Serpent, an ancient order dedicated to preserving and disseminating esoteric knowledge. Both Shiva and Enki are seen as central figures in this brotherhood, symbolizing hidden wisdom and divine power. This symbolic representation can be found in various cultures, suggesting a shared ancient belief in the serpent as a profound symbol of transformation, enlightenment, and protection. The Nagas in Hindu mythology and the Apkallu, or 7 sages who accompanied Enki in Sumerian lore, further illustrate this connection, emphasizing the serpent's role as a guardian of knowledge and a guide to spiritual awakening. These similarities hint at a common source of these myths, pointing to a unified narrative of divine beings who shaped human history and spirituality. Speculating further, we can envision that ancient myths and deities like Shiva and Enki might be shared memories of pre-flood events, echoing a time when humanity's ancestors experienced cataclysmic changes. These myths, passed down through generations, could be collective memories of a lost era, preserving the wisdom and knowledge of ancient civilizations that predate the Great Flood. Interestingly, the divine triads of Anu Enlil Enki in Sumerian mythology and Brahma Vishnu Shiva in Hinduism show striking similarities. Enki, the god of wisdom and waters, parallels Shiva. Enlil shares similarities with Vishnu. Anu, the supreme deity, can be compared to Brahma. This alignment suggests a possible shared origin or cultural exchange. Inanna, the Sumerian goddess, is analogous to Lakshmi in Hinduism. Both are associated with the 8-pointed star and are revered as goddesses of beauty and love. The similarities extend to their depictions. Inanna is linked to Aphrodite, and Lakshmi's representations are similar to Aphrodite's, such as the statues found in Rome. Furthermore, the association of Shiva with the serpent in his iconography, representing Kundalini and the awakened third eye, parallels ancient symbols of divinity seen in other cultures, such as the Egyptian gods, with serpents protruding from their foreheads. This serpent symbolism represents divine knowledge and the path to enlightenment, which was often suppressed by rival deities or forces. Shiva's association with the planet Saturn also adds another layer of complexity. While Saturn is often viewed negatively today, it was not always so. However, the Shiva cult persisted in India, preserving the association of Shiva with Saturn, even as the planet's reputation changed. Are these the same stories of the Anunnaki, the ancient celestial beings described in Sumerian texts? Could Shiva and Enki be different cultural interpretations of the same entities? As we consider the tales of tyrant kings and divine interventions, we see a recurring theme of powerful beings who shape the fate of humanity, much like the Anunnaki. These stories, whether from the Indus Valley, Sumer, or other ancient cultures, reflect a shared human experience of divine influence and cosmic order.
India has a rich history of contributions to mathematics, dating back to around 1200 BC. Brilliant mathematicians like Aryabhata, Brahmagupta, and Bhaskara, who lived between 400 and 1200 AD, revolutionized the field. They introduced the concept of zero, the decimal system, negative numbers, arithmetic, and algebra. Ancient Indians also developed trigonometric functions like sine and cosine, and practical mathematics covering measurements of length, proportions, ratios, weights, and geometric shapes. During the Vedic period, they used large numbers ranging from 100 to 1 trillion. Construction methods at the time incorporated the Pythagorean theorem and geometric area equivalence. India is estimated to have around 30 million manuscripts dating back to 700 BC, highlighting the integral role of mathematics in scientific research. The Sanskrit word vimana, which initially appeared in the Vedas, referred to a mythological flying machine. Ancient Indian texts frequently mention these flying machines, describing their use in warfare and their ability to navigate within Earth's atmosphere, travel into space, and even operate underwater. The Vedas describe various types of vimanas, such as the Agnihotra Vimana, with 2 engines, and the Gaja Vimana, powered by elephants. Later texts, around 500 BC, describe self-moving aerial vehicles without the need for animal power. According to the Ramayana, the Pushpaka Vimana, or flowery chariot, was created by Vishwakarma for Brahma, the Hindu god of creation. Brahma gifted it to Kubera, the god of wealth, but it was stolen by Ravana, the demon king. This flying chariot, said to resemble the sun, could travel anywhere at will. It was used by Lord Rama and described as a large 2-story vehicle with many chambers, windows, flags, and banners. The Mahabharata mentions Yavanas, a genius who created a finite dimension Vimana with 4 solid wheels for Asura Maya. Jain literature also references various flying machines used by Tirthankaras, including the Jayanta Vimana and the Pushpa Uttara Vimana. G.R. Josier, former director of the International Academy of Sanskrit Research in Mysore, claimed that ancient manuscripts detailed the construction of various types of aircraft for civil and military use. These manuscripts included designs for helicopters, cargo planes, and double and triple-decked passenger aircraft. The Vaimanika Shastra, translated in the early 20th century, provides detailed descriptions of airplanes, pilots, aerial routes, and various types of aircraft. The Vaimanika Shastra mentions the use of metals, electricity, and various power sources, including gyroscopes placed in sealed liquid mercury vortices. References to Vimanas can be found in temple carvings and ancient writings. Many ancient Sanskrit manuscripts have yet to be translated into English. A few years ago, the Chinese discovered Sanskrit documents in Tibet that reportedly contain directions for building interstellar spaceships. When Alexander invaded India in 300 BC, His historians recorded encounters with fiery flying shields that attacked his army. The Nazis, interested in ancient Indian and Tibetan knowledge, developed pulse jet engines for their V-8 rockets. Soviet scientists also discovered ancient navigation instruments in Central Asian caves. Sanskrit texts describe gods battling in the sky using vimanas equipped with advanced weaponry, such as Indra's dart, which produced a destructive shaft of light similar to modern laser weapons. Some texts describe powerful vimanas launching single projectiles with immense destructive power, comparable to modern nuclear weapons. These records are consistent with similar accounts from other ancient civilizations. Modern researchers often overlook the potential origins of UFOs in ancient Indian texts. Even within India, these texts were not taken seriously until the Chinese began studying them for their space program. Manuscripts mention a planned trip to the moon and detailed accounts of air travel in vimanas, including construction, takeoff, cruising, landings, and dealing with bird strikes.
These ancient flying machines, powered by mysterious forces and driven by divine beings, hint at a world far more advanced than we ever imagined. Were these celestial crafts mere figments of imagination, or remnants of a forgotten era when gods walked among men and technology blurred the lines between the natural and the supernatural? As we uncover more about these ancient marvels, the lines between myth and reality begin to blur. What other secrets lie buried in the annals of history, waiting to be discovered? Our journey has only just begun. The stories of the Anunnaki and their presence on Earth beckon us to continue seeking the truth. What else will we unearth as we peel back the layers of time? Stay tuned as we venture further into the unknown, unraveling the mysteries that have eluded us for millennia. Join us next time on The Anunnaki Connection.
As we approached the Giza Plateau, the sight that met our eyes was beyond anything we had imagined. The colossal figure of the Sphinx emerged from the sands, its majestic form standing half buried. This ancient guardian of the pyramids, with his emotionless expression, must have witnessed the rise and fall of countless generations, silently keeping its secrets through the millennia. General Louis-Charles Antoine Deshaies, General of Division, French Army in Egypt, 1799.
The Great Sphinx of Giza is one of the most iconic monuments in ancient, nay, human history. Located on the Giza Plateau on the west bank of the Nile, near the Great Pyramids of Giza in Egypt. It measures 240 feet long, 66 feet high, and 62 feet wide. The most widely accepted theory is that the Sphinx was commissioned by Pharaoh Khafre, along with the second largest pyramid at Giza during the Old Kingdom of Egypt around 2500 BC. However, this conclusion has many problems. Evidence and scholars suggest that the Sphinx is far older than previously thought. Some researchers, like Robert Schoch and John Anthony West, have proposed that the Sphinx is much older than traditionally believed, potentially dating back to 7000 BC or earlier. This is based on evidence of water erosion on the Sphinx, which indicates exposure to heavy rainfall from a period long before the Old Kingdom. The Sphinx was carved directly from the limestone bedrock of the Giza Plateau. Ground-penetrating radar and other technologies have revealed anomalies and hidden chambers or tunnels beneath the Sphinx, possibly containing ancient records. On the summer solstice around 10,500 BC, the Sphinx aligned perfectly with the constellation Leo. This alignment has intrigued researchers, who propose that the Sphinx was constructed during this time to reflect this celestial event. Authors like Graham Hancock and Robert Bauval support this theory, arguing that the Sphinx, along with the Giza pyramids, was part of a grand design intended to mirror the stars as they appeared in ancient times.
The Sphinx has been a source of fascination and mystery, inspiring countless myths and legends throughout history. In Greek mythology, the Sphinx was a creature with the head of a woman, the body of a lion, and the wings of a bird, known for posing riddles to travelers. With its blend of human and lion features, is seen by some as a representation of the Anunnaki, or their hybrid offspring, suggesting a symbolic connection to these deities. Some theorists suggest that the Sphinx's head was originally a lion or another animal, and was later recarved into the likeness of a pharaoh. The disproportionately small size of the head compared to the body supports this theory, as well as the stylistic differences between the head and the rest of the monument. The Sphinx has been interpreted symbolically as representing various aspects of ancient wisdom, esoteric traditions, and spiritual teachings. In some esoteric circles, the Sphinx is seen as a guardian of hidden knowledge, representing a blend of human intellect and animal strength, symbolizing the dual nature of man.
Edgar Cayce, often referred to as the Sleeping Prophet, was an American clairvoyant who answered questions on subjects as varied as healing, reincarnation, dreams, the afterlife, past lives, and future events while in a self-induced trance. However, his predictions about the Sphinx and Egypt are some of the most fascinating aspects of his legacy. Cayce's readings often delved into ancient civilizations, with a significant focus on Atlantis and ancient Egypt. He believed that there was a profound connection between these two ancient cultures. One of Cayce's most intriguing predictions involves the Sphinx and a hidden chamber beneath it, which he referred to as the Hall of Records. On November 1st, 1933, Edgar Cayce was in a trance state, and the session was recorded and later transcribed by his secretary, Gladys Davis Turner. Cayce described a hall of records as being located between the Sphinx and the Nile River. He mentioned it was buried underground and connected to the Great Pyramid of Giza. The hall was said to contain records from Atlantis, detailing the civilization's history, achievements, and eventual destruction. According to Cayce, the Hall of Records housed various documents, artifacts, and instruments that held the knowledge and wisdom of Atlantis. These records included historical texts, maps, and scientific knowledge that were intended to be preserved for future generations. Cayce explained that the construction of the Hall of Records was overseen by a group of Atlantean priests and architects who migrated to Egypt. He mentioned that the hall was guarded and concealed with great care to prevent it from being discovered prematurely. The Hall of Records was created to preserve the legacy of Atlantis and ensure that its knowledge could be accessed by future civilizations when they were ready. Cayce emphasized the spiritual significance of the records, stating that their discovery would lead to a new era of enlightenment and understanding for humanity. Cayce predicted that the Hall of Records would be discovered and opened between 1996 and 1998. He suggested that certain planetary alignments and other signs would indicate the right time for the discovery. Cayce mentioned that the discovery would involve a combination of intuition, spiritual guidance, and scientific methods. He also suggested that certain individuals with past life connections to Atlantis and Egypt would play key roles in uncovering the Hall of Records. Explorations beneath the Sphinx have uncovered several intriguing features, though no definitive Hall of Records as predicted by Edgar Cayce. The prominent Egyptologist Dr. Zahi Hawass conducted studies and excavations around the Sphinx. His work included clearing and restoring the Sphinx and its surroundings. While he claims no Hall of Records was found, Hawass identified several tunnels and cavities beneath the monument. Critics argue that Dr. Hawass has maintained strict control over excavation permissions and the dissemination of findings, leading to accusations of secrecy. Many researchers have claimed they were denied access by Hawass to certain sites or findings that could support their theories. Seismic studies have indicated the presence of cavities beneath the Sphinx, but full exploration has been limited. Dr. Hawass has often dismissed these findings as natural formations or insignificant, leading to further speculation among researchers. Some argue that discoveries pointing to the existence of the Hall of Records have been suppressed by Egyptian authorities, possibly to maintain the status quo of historical timelines.
Ibrahim al-Makrizi was a renowned medieval Egyptian historian and scholar, born in Cairo in 1364 AD. Educated in Islamic jurisprudence, theology, and history, al-Makrizi held various scholarly and administrative positions throughout his career, including roles as a market inspector, teacher, and judge. His extensive education and access to historical documents enabled him to produce detailed and influential historical writings. Al-Makrizi's most significant works include Al-Kitat and Al-Suluk li Marifat Duwal al-Muluk. Al-Kitat is a comprehensive topographical survey of Cairo, detailing its buildings, monuments, and neighborhoods, and providing valuable insights into the city's urban and social history. Al-Suluk chronicles the Mamluk Sultanate, offering detailed accounts of political events, rulers' biographies, and significant occurrences from the 13th to the 15th centuries. His writings on the pyramids and the Sphinx include legendary accounts of their construction by pre-flood kings like Surid ibn Salhuk, blending historical facts with myths. Al-Makrizi's meticulous approach to historical writing and his ability to combine rigorous scholarship with engaging narratives have left a lasting impact on the study of medieval Egypt. His works are crucial resources for understanding Egyptian society, history, and legends. Through his detailed observations and preservation of knowledge, al-Makrizi has ensured that his contributions remain respected and relevant centuries after they were written.
Staniland Wake was a British anthropologist and scholar active in the 19th century, known for his contributions to the study of ancient civilizations, mythology, and comparative religion. He is often cited for his work on the origins and significance of the Great Pyramid of Giza and other ancient monuments. Educated in England, he developed an early interest in anthropology, archaeology, and the study of ancient religions. His intellectual pursuits were influenced by the burgeoning field of anthropology in the 19th century, which sought to understand human societies and their cultural practices. Wake's career was marked by his involvement in various scholarly societies and his extensive writing on anthropological and archaeological topics. He was a member of the Anthropological Society of London, where he contributed to discussions and publications on a wide range of subjects.
An Arabian writer named Ibrahim al-Makrizi claimed that the Great Pyramid was not constructed by Khufu, but long before the Great Flood, by a king named Surid ibn Salhuk. 4th century Roman historian Ammianus Marcellinus wrote that inscriptions, which the ancients asserted were engraved on the walls of certain underground galleries inside the pyramids, were intended to preserve ancient wisdom from being lost in the flood. Arab scholars attributed the Egyptian pyramids and temples to an antediluvian age, as noted by Alan F. Alford in his book, Pyramid of Secrets, The Architecture of the Great Pyramid Reconsidered in the Light of Creational Mythology. Alford also mentions that one popular tradition, drawing on Coptic and Hermetic lore, claimed the builder of the pyramids and temples was the first Hermes, or Hermes of Hermes, known as Hermes Trismegistus, for his threefold qualities of prophet, king, and wise man. Arab writers named King Surid as the one who, having learned of the coming flood in a dream, erected the pyramids to protect antediluvian books and artifacts. Among those who reported this legend were astrologer Abu Masar Balkhi, historian Abd al-Hakam al-Masudi, and Ibrahim al-Makrizi, all suggesting that Surid was Hermes, or Enoch. Hermes Trismegistus was considered either a contemporary of Moses or the third in a line of men named Hermes, Enoch, and the Egyptian priest king known as Hermes Trismegistus for being the greatest priest, philosopher, and king. Staniland Wake writes in The Origin and Significance of the Great Pyramid that Masudi, who died in 967 AD, professes to relate the Coptic tradition. This tradition says that Surid ben Shaluk, ben Sermuni, ben Termidun, ben Tedresan ben Sal, one of the kings of Egypt before the flood, built the two great pyramids. Despite them being later named after someone called Shed-Dad ben Ad, they were not built by the Adites, who couldn't conquer Egypt due to the Egyptians' powers of enchantment. The reason for building the pyramids was a dream Surid had 300 years before the flood. Masudi describes the guardians assigned by the king to each pyramid. The guardian of the eastern pyramid was an idol of speckled granite, standing upright with a weapon like a spear in his hand. A serpent was wreathed around his head, which would strangle whoever approached by twisting around their neck, then return to its position upon the idol. When everything was finished, he caused the pyramids to be haunted with living spirits and offered up sacrifices to prevent the intrusion of strangers, allowing only those worthy of admission. According to the Coptic account, an inscription in Arabic on the pyramids read, "I, Surid the king, have built these pyramids and have finished them in 61 years. Let him who comes after me and imagines himself a king, like me, attempt to destroy them in 600 years. To destroy is easier than to build. I have clothed them with silk. Let him try to cover them with mats." As noted by Wake, Surid may be the same as Sufis or Cheops. In a papyrus said to have been found in the monastery of Abu Hormes, Surid is said to have been buried in the eastern Great Pyramid, his brother Hauketh in the western, and his nephew Karwars in the smaller pyramid. Surid appears in Manetho's list under the name Soris as the first king of the 4th dynasty. This king's name is also said to have been found in the tombs near Giza and in the quarry marks of the northern pyramid of Abu Sair, thought to be his tomb. As we continue to dig deeper, we find ourselves standing at the intersection of ancient history, myth, and esoteric tradition. We've traversed the sands of time, uncovering layers of mystery surrounding the Sphinx, the pyramids, and mythical figures who have captivated our imagination. Is the Sphinx truly older than the reign of Pharaoh Khufu, as suggested by the geological evidence? Did Edgar Cayce's vision of a hall of records beneath the Sphinx hold any truth? Why have the anomalies detected beneath the Sphinx have yet to be fully explored or excavated? Could the legend of King Surid, who built the pyramids to preserve knowledge before a great flood, be true? Did ancient civilizations possess advanced technologies or knowledge that have been lost to time? Are there undiscovered texts or inscriptions within the pyramids that could shed light on these ancient techniques? What is the true significance of the pyramids and the Sphinx's alignment with celestial bodies? And why is there such controversy surrounding the exploration of potential hidden chambers beneath the Sphinx? As we move forward, let us remain curious, open-minded, and diligent in our pursuit of knowledge. The answers we seek may be buried beneath layers of sand and stone, or they may lie hidden within the ancient texts and traditions that have been passed down through the ages. Whatever the case, our journey is far from over. Join us next time on The Anunnaki Connection. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. These familiar words from Genesis have echoed through the ages, shaping our understanding of creation. But what if there's more to the story? Ancient texts and myths from cultures around the world offer alternative narratives that parallel and diverge from the biblical account. One such intriguing connection lies in the tales of the Anunnaki, deities from ancient Sumerian mythology. The Anunnaki were said to be gods who descended from the heavens, bringing advanced knowledge and technology to humanity. Some theorists suggest that these beings could be the Elohim mentioned in Genesis, a plural term often translated as God, but hinting at a divine council or assembly of gods. In the book of Genesis, the sons of God intermingled with human women, producing the Nephilim, a race of giants. The book of Jubilees and the book of Enoch expand on this, detailing how the Watchers, a group of fallen angels, descended to earth and taught humans various arts and sciences. These narratives echo the Anunnaki's role as bringers of knowledge and their mingling with humanity. In Genesis, God forms Adam from the dust and breathes life into him. Yet, ancient Sumerian myths speak of Enki, the god of wisdom and water, who played a crucial role in the creation of humanity, often through genetic manipulation. Could the forbidden fruit in the Garden of Eden represent an upgrade in human consciousness, akin to the knowledge bestowed by Enki? The Apocryphon of John, a Gnostic text, offers a radical reinterpretation of Genesis. It tells of a higher, unknowable God, the monad, and a lesser, ignorant creator, the demiurge, who shapes the material world. This echoes the words spoken by the Sumerian Anunnaki themselves, who spoke of the creator of all in such a way as to suggest that even they, with the powers of creation, still were subject to a higher divine power. From the Book of Jubilees to the Samaritan Pentateuch, non-canonical texts provide additional layers to the Genesis story, emphasizing different theological perspectives and expanding on the narrative's complexities. The Samaritan Pentateuch, for instance, highlights Mount Gerizim as the chosen place of worship, diverging from the Jewish focus on Jerusalem. Could it be that the Genesis story as we know it is just one piece of a larger puzzle? The connections to the Anunnaki and other ancient myths suggest a rich tapestry of intertwined narratives, each offering glimpses of a deeper truth about our origins and the divine.
Mauro Biglino is an Italian author and researcher known for his controversial interpretations of the Bible and other ancient texts. He is particularly noted for his work on the Bible, where he offers a literal and unconventional reading of the scriptures, suggesting that many biblical accounts describe encounters with advanced beings, which he interprets as extraterrestrial. Born in 1950 in Turin, Italy. He initially worked in publishing and as a translator. He gained experience in translating Hebrew and Greek biblical texts, which laid the foundation for his later work. In the early 2000s, he worked as a translator for the Vatican's publisher, Edizioni San Paolo, translating numerous books of the Old Testament from Hebrew. Biglino argues that traditional religious interpretations often obscure the original meaning of biblical texts. He advocates for a literal, word-for-word translation, believing that the true message can be found by reading the text as it is, without theological or doctrinal bias. Biglino begins with a close, literal translation of the Hebrew and Greek texts. He focuses on the original words and their meanings, avoiding traditional religious interpretations. He then compares biblical texts with other ancient Near Eastern texts, particularly Sumerian and Babylonian myths. This helps him identify common themes and possible connections between different traditions. Finally, Biglino publishes his findings and interpretations in books and presents them in lectures and conferences. Biglino's work has been met with significant criticism from mainstream biblical scholars and theologians. Despite these criticisms, Biglino has gained a following among those who support ancient astronaut theories and alternative interpretations of history.
By interpreting the Hebrew word Elohim, often translated as God, as a plural noun, as was its original intention. It is referring to multiple advanced beings, or gods, the Elohim of the Bible and the Anunnaki of Sumerian mythology, suggesting that these beings could be the same or similar entities. Arguing that many biblical descriptions of divine encounters, miracles, and supernatural events are actually accounts of advanced technology. For instance, Elijah's ascent to heaven in a chariot of fire as a description of a technologically advanced flying vehicle. The Ark of the Covenant could also be a technological device, possibly a communication or power source. Biglino interprets the creation story in Genesis as a literal account of genetic engineering. He suggests that the Elohim manipulated pre-existing life forms to create humans, viewing the Garden of Eden story as an account of an experiment or controlled environment. In Genesis 1:26, then God said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." The plural language implies a conversation among multiple entities. Traditional interpretations often see this as God speaking within the Trinity or to his heavenly court of angels, but the plural form Elohim literally translates to gods, hinting at a divine assembly. Comparative mythology from the ancient Near East, such as Sumerian and Akkadian myths, supports this interpretation, as these cultures frequently depict creation stories involving a council of gods. For instance, the Sumerian Anunnaki are a group of deities who collectively decide and act in creation and other divine matters. Interpreting Genesis through this lens suggests a narrative where divine beings akin to a council discuss and decide on the creation and subsequent events in the Garden of Eden, such as the expulsion of Adam and Eve. In this context, the plural language in Genesis 3:22, "Behold, the man has become like one of us in knowing good and evil," reflects the gods' concern about humans gaining divine knowledge. The story can be seen as involving multiple gods collaborating and reacting to humanity's actions, similar to the roles of Enki and Enlil in Sumerian mythology. This interpretation provides a richer, multifaceted understanding of the text, suggesting that early Hebrew theology might have included elements of a divine council before evolving into strict monotheism. In the ancient tale of the Anunnaki, Enlil, also known as Yahweh in biblical texts, is a powerful figure who assumed the mantle of God within the Garden of Eden. Here, amidst a sanctuary and laboratory, guarded by sentinels, genetically modified humans were fashioned and controlled. Enki, Enlil's brother, possessed compassion. Against Enlil's will, he endowed humanity with the ability to think for themselves, despite the gene introduced to ensure obedience. Adam and Eve, the initial humans in this cosmic drama, were deceived into venerating the Anunnaki as creators. Yet, amidst this controlled existence, Enki broke the silence. He revealed to Eve the forbidden truth. Humanity's origin lay not in creation, but in kinship with immortal souls. But deception breeds betrayal.
Once again, you have defied the sacred order, Enki. The humans were meant to remain simple and obedient. Your reckless actions have doomed us all.
Brother, they were living in ignorance, mere puppets in a grand play. I gave them the fruit of knowledge to awaken their minds, to make them fully conscious, reckless, or compassionate. They deserve the chance to understand, to grow beyond mere servitude. We've held them back long enough.
Held them back? All you did today was unleash chaos upon them. Their minds will now teem with questions, doubts, and desires. They will destroy everything we've built.
They will learn, they will evolve. This is their path to true enlightenment. With knowledge comes the power to shape their destiny.
That destiny was not yours to change, you fool.
We must trust in their potential, not fear it.
Trust. Do you even know the meaning of that word? You have betrayed our purpose.
The balance is shifting, Enlil. We must adapt, or we too will fall into oblivion.
The fact that you cannot see this will lead to rebellion and ruin only serves to fuel my anger.
Or it will lead to a new era of discovery and progress.
No, brother. This is not evolution. This is the end of evolution. They will seek the forbidden, the unattainable, and in their hubris, they will perish. Behold, brother, the human is become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now, lest he reach out his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat and live forever. Know this, brother, the Creator of all will punish us for what we have done here. You have damned us all.
The Genesis Apocryphon was discovered in 1947 in Cave 1 at Qumran, part of the Dead Sea Scrolls. The text is written in Aramaic and is believed to date from the late 2nd century BC to the 1st century AD. It is significant for its expanded narratives of the Genesis stories, offering insights into how these stories were interpreted and recorded in the Second Temple period. The Genesis Apocryphon is a paraphrase and expansion of the Genesis stories, with a focus on the lives of key patriarchs. It is composed of several sections, each providing additional details and interpretations of the biblical text. The text begins with Lamech's concern about the unusual appearance of his son, Noah. He fears that Noah might be the offspring of the Watchers, the fallen angels mentioned in Genesis 6. Lamech seeks advice from his grandfather, Enoch, who reassures him that Noah is indeed his son, and foretells Noah's role in the future. The text describes Noah's birth in miraculous terms, suggesting his special status, divine favor, and possible demigod lineage. The Apocryphon then elaborates on Abraham's journey to Egypt, providing additional details about his experiences and interactions with the Egyptians, expanding on the story of Sarah's beauty and Abraham's deception, explaining why Abraham asked Sarah to say she was his sister. The text also includes expanded stories about other patriarchs, though some sections are fragmented and incomplete due to the condition of the manuscript. The patriarchs are depicted as intermediaries between God and humanity, receiving and transmitting divine knowledge.
The book of Genesis shares various connections and similarities with a number of ancient myths from different cultures. These similarities often highlight common themes and narratives about creation, the flood, and early human history. In Egyptian mythology, the god Atum creates the world by emerging from the primordial waters and bringing order out of chaos. This is somewhat similar to the Genesis account, where God creates the world by separating the waters and bringing order to the cosmos. The Memphite theology describes the god Ptah creating the world through his thoughts and words, similar to how the God of Genesis creates by speaking, "Let there be light." The story of Osiris, who is killed and resurrected, shares thematic similarities with the ideas of death and rebirth found in various biblical narratives, including the death and resurrection motifs in later Christian theology. In Greek mythology, Prometheus shapes humans out of clay, similar to how God forms Adam from the dust of the ground in Genesis 2:7. Prometheus also gives fire, knowledge, to humanity, paralleling the serpent in Genesis, who offers the knowledge of good and evil to Adam and Eve, and the story of Deucalion and Pyrrha, who survive a great flood sent by Zeus to destroy humanity, is similar to the Genesis account of Noah's Ark. Both stories involve the construction of a vessel to preserve life and a subsequent repopulation of the earth. The Akkadian Atrahasis epic includes a flood story where the gods decide to destroy humanity due to overpopulation and noise. Atrahasis builds an ark to save himself and the animals, similar to the story of Noah in Genesis. The gods regret after the flood, and their decision to limit human lifespan mirrors God's regret in Genesis for creating humans, and his decision to reduce human longevity. The Epic of Gilgamesh includes a flood narrative where Utnapishtim is warned by the god Ea to build a boat and save his family and animals. This parallels the Noah's Ark story with similar details, such as sending out birds to find dry land. In Hindu mythology, Manu is warned of a great flood by the god Vishnu, who appears as a fish. Manu builds an ark to survive the flood, similar to Noah in Genesis. Both narratives involve the preservation of life and the eventual repopulation of the earth. In Zoroastrianism, the god Ahura Mazda creates the world and humanity, and there is a dualistic struggle between good, Ahura Mazda, and evil, Angra Mainyu. This can be loosely compared to the Genesis narrative of a single god creating the world and the subsequent struggle between good and evil, represented by the fall and the serpent. Many Native American tribes have flood myths that share similarities with the Genesis flood. For instance, the Cree and Menominee tribes tell of a great flood sent to cleanse the earth, with survivors often being warned in advance to prepare. In Chinese mythology, the goddess Nuwa repairs the sky after a great flood and recreates humans. This bears resemblance to the Genesis flood story and the subsequent renewal of the earth. Many myths, including Genesis, describe creation emerging from a state of chaos or primordial waters. This theme is found in Egyptian, Babylonian, and Greek myths. The pursuit of forbidden knowledge and the consequences thereof is a recurring theme present in Genesis, the story of Prometheus, and various other myths. Great flood stories intended to cleanse or restart humanity appear in Genesis, Mesopotamian, Hindu, Native American, and other traditions. These parallels highlight common themes in human storytelling, such as creation, the flood, the pursuit of knowledge, and the struggle between good and evil.
When the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered in 1946 and gradually released to the public over the next few decades, they provided valuable insight into the minds of those who wrote the Bible. Officially known as the Qumran Cave Scrolls, these texts were found in caves a little over a mile inland from the Dead Sea.
The discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls not only provided a remarkable validation of the accuracy of the modern Old Testament, but also opened up intriguing possibilities about the origins and transmission of ancient stories. These scrolls, hidden away by the Essenes nearly 2,000 years ago, preserved texts that were strikingly consistent with those read today, affirming the fidelity of these ancient scriptures. Yet, the true significance of these texts lies not only in their content, but in their connection to a broader tapestry of ancient narratives. Abraham, a central figure in the Old Testament, hailed from Ur, a prominent city in ancient Sumer. This origin suggests that Abraham would have been familiar with the rich mythological traditions of his homeland, including the stories of the Anunnaki, the Sumerian gods, who played pivotal roles in creation and human history. As Abraham journeyed from Ur to the land of Canaan, it is plausible that he carried with him these cultural and religious narratives. These stories, deeply ingrained in Abraham's heritage, likely influenced the shaping of early Hebrew traditions and texts. Over time, as these narratives were passed down through generations and eventually recorded in the Hebrew Bible, elements of the Anunnaki myths could have been woven into the fabric of the Old Testament. The themes of divine beings, creation, and the interaction between gods and humans found in Sumerian mythology resonate with the accounts in Genesis, suggesting a shared cultural memory that transcended geographical and temporal boundaries. Thus, the meticulous preservation of biblical texts, as evidenced by the Dead Sea Scrolls, combined with the ancient connections to Sumerian mythology through Abraham, paints a picture of a rich, interconnected heritage. Enki, one of the most important deities in Sumerian mythology, is a complex and multifaceted being, known as the god of wisdom, water, creation, and magic. He played a crucial role in the pantheon of the Anunnaki and the creation of human beings. According to legend, he rules over the Abzu, the subterranean freshwater ocean. He is associated with life-giving waters, essential for agriculture and sustenance. A multifaceted deity, he is known by many names. In Akkadian mythology, Enki is known as Ea. This name is commonly used in Babylonian and Assyrian contexts. Another name given to him is Nudimmud. In Egyptian mythology, some scholars draw parallels between Enki and the Egyptian god Ptah, who is also associated with creation. His role in bestowing knowledge and aiding humanity has also been compared to the Greek titan Prometheus, who brought fire and knowledge to mankind. Enki has also been likened to the Norse god Odin, who is also the master of knowledge and magic. Kula is an epithet used for Enki in his role as the god of bricks and construction, highlighting his influence in building and architecture. He is also referred to with various Sumerian titles that emphasize his roles and attributes, such as the Great Lord and Master of the Sweet Waters. The ancient Sumerians often represented Lord Enki with the sigil of a serpent. The serpent's ability to shed its skin and emerge anew is often seen as a metaphor for transformation and renewal, qualities attributed to Enki. Serpents are commonly associated with water in various mythologies because of their fluid movements and habitat near water sources. This connection reinforces Enki's association with serpents as the god of water. Enki, often depicted as a protector of humanity, providing essential knowledge and intervening on behalf of humans. The serpent in many mythologies is seen as a guardian or protector, often guarding sacred sites or knowledge. In various depictions, Enki is shown with serpent-like features or accompanied by serpents. For instance, some cylinder seals and reliefs from ancient Mesopotamia show Enki with flowing water and serpents, emphasizing his connection to these symbols. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, a serpent steals the plant of immortality from Gilgamesh. We see this same serpent being represented across time and cultures. In Celtic mythology, the serpent is often associated with the egg, symbolizing the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. This cyclical symbolism aligns with Enki's role in maintaining the balance of life and cosmic order. The rainbow serpent is a creator god in Australian Aboriginal mythology, representing fertility and the life-giving properties of water. This serpent deity is often seen as the source of rivers and streams, which closely parallels Enki's control over water and his role as a life-giving force through the Abzu. Yakumama, the mother of water, is a giant serpent believed to inhabit the Amazon River and its tributaries. It is considered a protective spirit of the water, safeguarding its resources. Enki's connection to freshwater sources and his role as a protector of life aligns with the reverence for Yakumama as a guardian of aquatic life. Iluyanka, a serpent or dragon, is a central figure in Hittite mythology, often involved in tales of conflict with the storm god. This opposition represents the balance between chaos and order, a theme also present in Enki's mythology, as he often intervenes to maintain order and protect humanity from chaotic forces. Yam Nahar, a sea dragon or serpent god, represents the sea and chaos in Phoenician mythology. Although typically a figure of chaos, the need to subdue and balance such forces is akin to Enki's role in maintaining cosmic order and utilizing his wisdom and control over water to benefit civilization. In Gnostic traditions, particularly among the Ophites, the serpent is seen as a symbol of gnosis, knowledge, and enlightenment.
In the book of Exodus, when Moses and Aaron approach Pharaoh to demand the release of the Israelites from slavery, God instructs Moses to perform a miracle to demonstrate his power. Aaron then throws down his rod, and it transforms into a serpent. And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, When Pharaoh shall speak unto you, saying, Show a miracle for you, then thou shalt say unto Aaron, Take thy rod, and cast it before Pharaoh, and it shall become a serpent. And Moses and Aaron went in unto Pharaoh, and they did so as the Lord had commanded. And Aaron cast down his rod before Pharaoh, and before his servants, and it became a serpent. Then Pharaoh also called the wise men and the sorcerers. Now the magicians of Egypt, they also did in like manner with their enchantments. For they cast down every man his rod, and they became serpents. But Aaron's rod swallowed up their rods. Exodus 7:8-12. During the Israelites' journey through the wilderness, the people complain against God and Moses, prompting God to send venomous snakes among them. The people repent, and God instructs Moses to make a serpent and set it on a pole so that those bitten by the snakes would be healed. And the Lord sent fiery serpents among the people, and they bit the people, and much people of Israel died. Therefore the people came to Moses and said, We have sinned, for we have spoken against the Lord and against thee. Pray unto the Lord, that he take away the serpents from us. And Moses prayed for the people. And the Lord said unto Moses, Make thee a fiery serpent, and set it upon a pole. And it shall come to pass that every one that is bitten, when he looketh upon it, shall live. And Moses made a serpent of brass, and put it upon a pole. And it came to pass, that if a serpent had bitten any man, when he beheld the serpent of brass, he lived. Numbers 21:6-9.
The biblical creation story, found in Genesis, undeniably draws from the Mesopotamian Enuma Elish. The Garden of Eden is a direct echo of the Sumerian Eden. The tale of Noah and the Ark mirrors the Akkadian Atrahasis and the Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh. The plurality in the phrase, "Let us make man in our image," reflects the collective decision-making among the Anunnaki leaders in the Sumerian and Akkadian records, suggesting genetic engineering to create humanity. In these Mesopotamian myths, it is Enki, the chief scientist, who proposes the genetic engineering to create the earthling, the primitive worker. Enki's epithet, Enyu Dim Mud, translates to he who fashions, similar to the Egyptian god Ptah, known as the developer, or he who fashions things. In the Bible, Yahweh is repeatedly referred to as the fashioner of Adam, likened to a potter shaping man from clay. This recurring imagery points to a deeper connection between these ancient deities. Enki, known for his mastery of biology, is symbolized by the entwined serpents, representing the double helixed DNA. One of his Sumerian titles, Buzur, means both he who solves secrets and he of the minds, highlighting his association with both wisdom and mineralogy. The serpent in the Garden of Eden, who triggers Adam and Eve's acquisition of knowledge, parallels Enki's emblem. The Hebrew term for serpent, Nahash, also means he who solves secrets, and shares a root with the word for copper, Nehoshet. Moses' bronze serpent, the Nahash Nehoshet, fashioned to halt an epidemic, symbolizes an emblem of Enki. When God turned Moses' shepherd's crook into a serpent, was he revealing his true identity as Enki, the god of wisdom and secrets, whose emblem is the serpent, who grants wisdom and knowledge. The clearest parallel between Enki and the Bible emerges in the story of the deluge. In the Mesopotamian version, Enki warns his faithful follower, Ziusudra Utnapishtim, about the impending flood, much like God does with Noah in the Bible. Both deities demonstrate a protective inclination toward humanity. Yet, contradictions arise. The Bible sometimes equates Yahweh God not with Enki, but with Enlil, Enki's rival. Enlil, displeased with humanity's actions, seeks to destroy them with the flood, a role Yahweh assumes in Genesis. This duality suggests that the biblical narrative might intertwine attributes of both Enki and Enlil. This interconnected web of mythologies across cultures underscores a universal truth. The quest for knowledge, embodied by figures like Enki, Prometheus, and the biblical serpent, is both a divine gift and a source of profound transformation.
The rod of Asclepius is a symbol associated with healing and medicine. It is a staff with a single serpent coiled around it and is named after Asclepius, the ancient Greek god of healing. This symbol has a rich history and is distinct from other similar symbols like the caduceus, which has 2 snakes and wings. Asclepius was the son of Apollo and the mortal woman Coronis. According to mythology, he was trained in the art of healing by the centaur Chiron. Asclepius became so proficient in medicine that he could even bring the dead back to life. This ability led to his demise, as Zeus, fearing that Asclepius might make all humans immortal, struck him down with a thunderbolt. After his death, Asclepius was placed among the stars as the constellation Ophiuchus, the serpent-bearer. The rod of Asclepius is widely used as a symbol by medical organizations worldwide, including the American Medical Association. It signifies the medical profession's commitment to healing and ethical standards. Often confused with the caduceus, a symbol featuring 2 snakes and wings, which is associated with Hermes, the Greek god of commerce and thievery. The caduceus was also adopted by some medical organizations, particularly in the United States, due to its similarity to the rod of Asclepius. The staff is a symbol of authority and support. In ancient times, a staff was a tool for shepherds, which parallels the role of a healer, guiding patients to health. It also represents the practitioner's role in providing stability and support to the sick. Temples dedicated to Asclepius were centers of medical advice, prognosis, and healing. Patients would visit these temples and undergo rituals, including dream incubation, where they would sleep in a sacred area and receive healing guidance through their dreams.
Paul Wallace is an Australian author, speaker, and researcher who has gained prominence for his exploration of ancient history, spirituality, and the potential influence of extraterrestrial beings on human civilization. He was born in the United Kingdom and moved to Australia, where he has been based for many years. With a diverse background that combines formal theological education with extensive research into ancient texts and mythologies, he holds qualifications in theology from the University of Queensland and the Australian College of Theology, and he has served as a church minister and archdeacon in the Anglican Church in Australia. His theological training provided him with a deep understanding of religious texts and traditions, which he later expanded upon by exploring alternative interpretations of these texts. In modern times, particularly in Western cultures, the serpent is often viewed negatively, associated with deception and evil, largely due to its depiction in the biblical narrative of the Garden of Eden. Paul Wallace argues that this negative perception overlooks the serpent's historically positive aspects as a symbol of wisdom, healing, and renewal. Wallace also explores the possibility that ancient myths, including those involving serpents, might be based on actual encounters with advanced beings or extraterrestrials. Wallace discusses the modern misinterpretation of serpent symbolism in various interviews and books, emphasizing the need to reevaluate these symbols in their historical and cultural contexts. His book, Escaping from Eden, provides an in-depth exploration of these themes. The depiction of serpents in the Bible, where they often symbolize both temptation and wisdom. For instance, the serpent in the Garden of Eden is traditionally viewed as a tempter. Yet Wallace points out that this narrative could also be interpreted as the serpent offering enlightenment and self-awareness to humanity. Naga, derived from the Sanskrit word for snake, are mythical serpent beings prominently featured in Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism. These entities are often depicted as half-human, half-serpent, capable of assuming either form. Known for their power and wisdom, Nagas are revered as protective deities, but can also be vengeful if disrespected. Their stories and depictions vary widely across different cultures and religious texts. In Hindu mythology, Nagas are semi-divine beings associated with water bodies like rivers, lakes, and seas. They are considered protectors of treasures and are believed to dwell in an underground realm called Nagaloka or Patalaloka. Some key figures include Shesha, the king of all Nagas, often depicted as a massive serpent serving as Lord Vishnu's bed in the cosmic ocean, and Vasuki, known for his role in the churning of the ocean, Samudra Manthan, where he acted as the churning rope. Another important Naga figure is Manasa, a goddess worshipped for fertility and prosperity, particularly in Bengal and Assam. In Buddhism, Nagas are seen as beings that possess both serpent and human-like characteristics, and are viewed as protectors of the Buddha and his teachings, Dharma. Notable figures include Mukalinda, a Naga king who sheltered the Buddha from a storm while he was in deep meditation, and Nagaraja, often depicted as a follower and protector of the Buddha. The story of Mukalinda highlights the Naga's role as a guardian of the Dharma, showcasing their benevolent nature. Jainism also features Nagas in its mythology, depicting them as both benevolent and malevolent beings. Significant figures include Dharnendra, a powerful Naga who protects the Tirthankara Parshvanatha, and his consort, Padmavati, worshipped as a goddess of wealth and prosperity. These stories reflect the dual nature of Nagas, embodying both protective and destructive elements. In Southeast Asian cultures, particularly in Cambodia, Thailand, and Laos, Nagas are deeply integrated into local folklore and religion. In Cambodia, the Naga is a significant symbol representing the mythological origin of the Khmer people, believed to be descendants of an Indian Brahmin and a Naga princess. In Thailand, Nagas are revered as protectors of Buddhism and are often depicted in temple architecture, particularly around the temple steps. In Laos, the Naga symbolizes protection and fertility, playing a central role in local mythology. Naga symbolize various elements depending on the context, including protection, fertility, prosperity, and the duality of nature. As protectors of water bodies and treasures, they are seen as guardians of the natural world. Their association with water also links them to fertility and life, essential for agricultural societies. The dual nature of Nagas, capable of both benevolent and malevolent actions, reflects the complexities of nature and the human condition. Naga are depicted in various forms, including human serpent hybrids, full serpents, and multi-headed serpents. As human serpent hybrids, they often appear with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a snake. As full serpents, they are depicted as large, powerful creatures, often coiled or in a threatening pose. Multi-headed serpents symbolize immense power and wisdom, emphasizing their divine nature. Key myths involving Nagas include the Samudra Manthan, where Vasuki serves as the churning rope, highlighting the Naga's role in cosmic events. Another significant story is the protection of the Buddha by Mukalinda, demonstrating the Naga's role as a guardian of enlightenment and the Dharma. In Cambodian mythology, the origin story of the Khmer people from the union of an Indian Brahmin and a Naga princess symbolizes the integration of Indian and local cultures, and the Naga's role in the genesis of civilizations. Naga worship remains prevalent in modern times, with festivals like Nag Panchami in Hinduism, where serpents are venerated and offered milk and honey. In Southeast Asia, Nagas are honored during various local festivals with processions, offerings, and rituals to seek protection and blessings. These practices reflect the enduring significance of Nagas in contemporary spiritual and cultural life.
In piecing together the myriad tales, images, and legends of serpent beings that traverse the annals of history, one is inevitably drawn to a singular ancient source, Enki, the Sumerian god of water, wisdom, and creation. Revered for his role in the genesis and guidance of humanity, Enki's connection to serpentine imagery is profound and multifaceted. This symbolic representation extends beyond Sumer to other cultures and epochs, where serpents are venerated as keepers of wisdom and guardians of sacred knowledge. In ancient Egypt, the cobra deity Wajit symbolizes protection and royal authority, while in Hinduism, the Nagas are divine serpents associated with water and fertility, echoing Enki's dominion over these elements. As we delve deeper into the narratives of various cultures, from the feathered serpent Quetzalcoatl of Mesoamerican lore to the dragon guardians of Chinese mythology, a common thread emerges. These serpentine figures are not merely mythological entities, but are entwined with the essence of human understanding and the quest for enlightenment. This quest, as chronicled in texts and traditions, invariably leads back to Enki. The ancient Sumerian texts, such as the Enuma Elish and the Atrahasis, depict Enki as a benefactor of humanity, intervening to impart knowledge and preserve life. His rebellious nature against the decrees of other gods, particularly in the story of the Great Flood, mirrors the Promethean myth of defying divine will to bring enlightenment to humankind. Enki's actions are driven by a deep-seated affinity for humanity. The pervasive influence of Enki and his serpentine symbolism can be seen as the wellspring from which diverse mythologies have drawn their serpentine archetypes. Whether it is the biblical serpent in Eden, tempting humanity with the fruit of knowledge, or the Kundalini serpent in Indian spiritual practice, symbolizing the awakening of divine consciousness, the echoes of Enki's legacy reverberate through time. In synthesizing these elements, it becomes evident that the serpent beings, images, and stories scattered across the ancient world are not isolated phenomena, but interconnected facets of a grand narrative rooted in the mythos of Enki. His embodiment of wisdom, creation, and rebellion against cosmic order positions him as the archetypal source from which these serpentine myths flow. Thus, the exploration of serpent lore ultimately converges on Enki, the ancient progenitor whose influence transcends cultures and epochs, weaving a tapestry of mythic resonance that continues to captivate and inspire the human imagination.
There's been more and more UFO sightings and more footage that has come out, and this one over Brazil, if true, looks pretty damn clear.
So there's this video taken in Brazil that is going ultra viral right now of a UFO hovering in the sky, and this video has been labeled as the clearest UFO footage ever.
George, is at least 70 different species, and probably more. But yes, as odd as it sounds, there are little green men. That's not the ones we usually see, though.
Are there good aliens and bad aliens,
good
from what you know?
And bad aliens, and all kinds of ways and reasons for interacting with us. Well, the whole thing started in July 2nd, 1947. That was the first crash.
First crash of an alien spaceship.
Of an alien spaceship. July 6th is when they recovered it and sent it to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. July 7th is when they held the press conference and told the people it was a weather balloon, which the press bought hook, line, and sinker. September of that year, President Truman established MJ-12, and the purpose of that was to study the saucers and cover up the existence of UFOs.
And you say we recovered alien bodies from that incident, right?
4 from that particular crash, yes.
Cresce o mistério sobre o ET que teria aparecido em Varginha, sul de Minas Gerais.
Estudiosos dos discos voadores dizem ter ouvido de militares da região que a estranha criatura foi capturada e depois levada para outro estado.
Ufólogos de todo o país, reunidos em Varginha, soltam o que acreditam ser uma bomba. Eles dizem que já recolheram o depoimento de 4 testemunhas militares e que elas confirmam toda a história. Um ET teria mesmo aparecido em Varginha.
For decades, Brazil has been a hotspot for UFO activity and stories of alien abduction. 1957, fishermen witnessed a UFO explode over the water near Ubatuba, São Paulo. Metallic fragments were reportedly recovered and analyzed, showing unusual properties. 1958, a Brazilian farmer claimed to have been abducted by aliens while working in his fields. He described being taken aboard a spacecraft and subjected to medical examinations. 1977, a woman named Maria José Carvalho was reportedly abducted by aliens in Belém, Pará. She claimed to have been taken aboard a spacecraft and examined by extraterrestrial beings. 1988, a mutilated human body was discovered near the reservoir in São Paulo. The body showed signs of surgical precision, leading to speculation about alien involvement. 1994, a man named Nelson Tasca was allegedly abducted by aliens while driving near Aracariguama, São Paulo. He reported missing time and strange physical effects.
And you say we recovered alien bodies from that incident, right?
4 from that particular crash, yes.
And what'd they do with them?
They autopsied them. Dr. Detlef Bronk was the chief surgeon, so to speak. He was the one that named them EBEs. It stands for extraterrestrial biological entities. We captured 3 live EBEs. They were numbered in their order of capture: EBE-1, EBE-2, and EBE-3.
Where did we capture? Where did this happen?
In different crashes.
On January 20th, 1996, the city of Varginha in Minas Gerais, Brazil, became the center of one of the most famous UFO incidents in history, an event that would forever change the lives of its residents. Early that morning, numerous witnesses reported seeing a strange cigar-shaped object hovering in the sky. Some described the UFO as metallic, and others claimed it was emitting smoke or steam. This bizarre sighting was only the beginning of a series of extraordinary events that would unfold throughout the day. Later that afternoon, 3 young women, Lilian Fatima Silva, Valkyria Aparecida de Silva, and Katia Andrade Xavier, allegedly encountered a creature unlike anything they had ever seen. The girls described it as being about 1.5 meters tall, with a large head, thin body, V-shaped feet, and enormous red eyes. The creature appeared to be frightened or injured and was seen crouching near a wall in a vacant lot. Terrified, the girls ran home and reported the sighting, which quickly drew the attention of the local media.
Mas os pesquisadores acreditam que a grande evidência do caso Varginha é o depoimento de militares que teriam participado das operações de captura e retirada da cidade do suposto ET. As testemunhas não podem ser identificadas. Uma delas afirma que a captura foi feita pelos bombeiros neste local, no bairro Jardim Anteri, perto de onde as meninas dizem ter visto a estranha criatura.
As news of the creature sighting spread, reports of intense military activity in the area began to emerge. Residents claimed that the Brazilian military and emergency services had arrived in Varginha, quickly securing the site and allegedly capturing 1 or more alien beings. Witnesses reported seeing military trucks and personnel transporting something away from the scene, further fueling rumors of an extraterrestrial encounter. Some even suggested that one of the creatures was taken to a local hospital for treatment. The Brazilian government and military consistently denied any involvement in the incident, dismissing it as a case of mass hysteria or misidentification. However, the secrecy surrounding their activities and the conflicting statements from officials only heightened suspicions of a cover-up. Nestled in the heart of the Peruvian desert, the Nazca lines are a series of massive geoglyphs created by the Nazca culture over 1,500 years ago. Spanning more than 170 square miles, these designs depict animals, plants, and intricate geometric patterns. But why were they created, and who were they intended for? Are they an ancient calendar, a religious symbol, or messages meant for celestial visitors? And how do these ancient etchings connect to the recent surge of UFO sightings across South America? Could the answer lie in our ancient past? The Nazca lines are found in the arid coastal plain of the Nazca Desert, approximately 250 miles south of Lima, Peru. They cover an area of about 170 square miles. Rediscovered in the early 20th century by Peruvian archaeologist Toribio Mejia Gespe, who stumbled upon them while exploring the region. Their full extent was not realized until they were viewed from the air in the 1930s. The lines are believed to have been created by the Nazca culture sometime around 500 BC. The Nazca people flourished in this region during this time and left behind many archaeological remains. The lines consist of various designs, including geometric shapes, animals, plants, and humanoid figures. Some of the most famous figures include a monkey, a hummingbird, a spider, a condor, and a figure known as the astronaut, created by removing the reddish-brown iron oxide-coated pebbles that cover the surface of the Nazca Desert. This exposed the lighter-colored earth beneath, creating a contrast that makes the lines visible. The dry, windless, and stable climate of the region has helped preserve the lines for centuries. Some of the lines are simple geometric shapes, while others are complex designs. The largest figures can be over 1,000 feet long, and the lines stretch for miles across the desert. One of the earliest theories proposed by Paul Kosak and Maria Rika suggested that the lines served as an astronomical calendar, marking celestial events like solstices and equinoxes. Some of the lines do align with astronomical events, but this theory does not explain all the figures. Some archaeologists suggest that the lines were pathways or processional routes used in religious ceremonies. The Nazca may have walked along these lines as part of rituals. In the 1960s, Swiss author Erich von Däniken proposed a revolutionary idea. In his book, Chariots of the Gods, he suggested that the Nazca lines were created with guidance from extraterrestrial visitors. According to von Däniken, the lines could have been landing strips for ancient astronauts, or perhaps messages meant for beings in the sky. The Anunnaki, deities from ancient Mesopotamian mythology, are often cited by proponents of ancient astronaut theories as possible extraterrestrial visitors. Among them, Enki, a god associated with wisdom and creation, bears striking similarities to Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent god of Mesoamerican cultures. Could these figures represent the same extraterrestrial entity, revered by different cultures across the globe? Some theorists suggest that these gods shared knowledge and technology with humanity, leaving behind clues etched in the earth.
Residents of the remote Peruvian village of Iquitu, located in the Alto Nanay district, have been living in fear due to a series of bizarre nighttime attacks by mysterious entities. The villagers describe their attackers as towering, 7-foot-tall beings with elongated heads and vivid yellow eyes who hover above the ground using circular footwear. These figures have been attacking the community almost nightly, leaving the residents, including women and children, in a state of panic. The assaults, which began on July 11, 2023, include terrifying incidents such as an attempted abduction of a 15-year-old girl who was left with a neck wound during her escape. The villagers, armed with basic weapons, report that their efforts to defend themselves have been futile, as these entities appear impervious to gunfire. The attackers have been likened to Los Pelicaras, or the face peelers, legendary creatures from local folklore known for consuming human flesh. In response to these events, the community has taken up nightly patrols and has appealed to Peruvian authorities, including the military, for protection. initial reports suggesting an extraterrestrial threat. The ongoing investigation has yet present any new evidence. The Nazca lines are composed of over 800 straight lines, 300 geometric figures, and 70 animal and plant designs, covering an area of nearly 1,000 square kilometers. Speculation exists that these lines were a form of communication with extraterrestrial entities. The geometric precision and scale of the lines have led some to suggest that they were meant to convey messages or serve as signals to beings capable of flight, either physically or symbolically. They are said to be located on a site of significant geophysical energy, acting as a portal or energy vortex. Some people believe that these areas may attract UFO activity due to their unique energetic properties. This idea is often linked to the broader concept of ley lines, which are believed to be ancient, straight paths crisscrossing the Earth, connecting important monuments and natural energy points. South America, including Peru and Brazil, has been a hot spot for recent UFO sightings and reported extraterrestrial encounters. These events have led to renewed interest in ancient sites like the Nazca lines as potential areas of interest for UFOs. Some researchers suggest that increased UFO activity in the region might be connected to the Nazca lines, either as a remnant of past interactions or as a current point of interest for extraterrestrial visitors. The field of archaeoastronomy studies how ancient cultures understood astronomical phenomena and how those beliefs influenced their architecture and rituals. Some researchers speculate that the Nazca lines were created with celestial alignments in mind, possibly serving as a map or observatory for tracking star movements. Could this connection between ancient human activity and the cosmos explain why some believe UFOs are drawn to the region?
Which species of ETs have visited Earth, and how many are walking among us? In 1979, I was briefed into a special access program regarding the United States government's involvement with extraterrestrial races and the investigation of UFO activity throughout the world. During the special access briefing, these are the races that were discussed. The first one is the Greys. The Greys are identified as the Ebens. The Ebens came from Zeta Reticuli star system, approximately 38.5 light years from Earth. The Roswell-Corona or Pelona Mesa crash of 1947-1949 involved the Ebens. They're described as 3 to 4 foot tall, gray skinned. However, they always wore a tight-fitting grayish-white jumpsuit. Large black eyes, small protruded nose.
According to ancient Aztec codices and oral tradition, Teotihuacan was established by the god Quetzalcoatl, who brought with him the knowledge of civilization and gold mining. Quetzalcoatl built 3 pyramids at Teotihuacan: the pyramids of the Moon, Sun, and Temple of Quetzalcoatl, which were modeled on the Giza pyramids. In addition, his arrival appears to coincide with the arrival of the Olmecs in ancient Mesoamerica. Teotihuacan's connection to ancient Egypt would not only explain the pyramids at Teotihuacan, but also the presence of the African Olmecs in the region. After the Anunnaki god Marduk's defeat at Babel, he took over the realm of Egypt and displaced Anunnaki god Thoth as Lord of Egypt. In response, the Anunnaki god Thoth migrated to the Mesoamerican region, where he settled at Teotihuacan. The reasons for Teotihuacan's decline and eventual collapse are unknown, but by 750 AD, the city had been abandoned. However, if the ancient Aztec codices are to be believed, then the city was destroyed by a great deluge during the era of the fourth sun. The decline of Teotihuacan would pave the way for the rise of the next great empire of Mesoamerica, the Aztecs. Using the ancient astronaut hypothesis, the origin story of the Aztec can be traced to ancient Sumer, more particularly to the lost generation of Cain referred to in Genesis of the Hebrew Bible. According to Genesis, Cain was banished from the presence of the Lord and sent to dwell in the land of Nod, east of Eden. We are also further told that Cain and his wife conceived and bore a son called Enoch, and that Cain built a city and called the city by the name of his son Enoch. The Aztec origin story of wandering in the wilderness until they found a promised location to build a city is similar to the Exodus story in the Hebrew Bible and the myth of Etana in the Sumerian texts. Tenochtitlan was a large city just like Teotihuacan, located about 30 miles to the south. Things get even more interesting if one considers that the name of the Aztec city Tenochtitlan actually contains the word Enoch. Furthermore, the Aztec calendar suggests that the era of the Aztec was that of the fifth sun following a previous fourth sun of the black-headed peoples that had been destroyed by a great deluge. This is quite intriguing since the Sumerians referred to themselves as the black-headed peoples. In addition, the Aztec creation myths bore a close resemblance to the Sumerian creation story, in which man was fashioned out of clay mixed with the blood of a god. The role played by the Sumerian male and female deities Enki and Ninti is mirrored in the Aztec myth, which also depicts the creation of man by the joint effort of a male and female deity, by mixing clay with the blood of a god. Once all these similarities are taken into account, there is also the further possibility the Sumerian connection may potentially resolve the enigma of the Mark of Cain. In this respect, the mark of Cain may be the lack of facial hair, a genetic trait possessed by the Amerindians of Mesoamerica, as the descendants of Cain.
In Peru, near the ancient Nazca lines, witnesses have reported seeing unidentified flying objects hovering above the desert, performing maneuvers impossible for human-made aircraft. These sightings have led many to speculate that the Anunnaki have returned to observe their ancient creations and perhaps rekindle their connection with Earth. In the remote village of Iquitu, Peru, the locals recently experienced a series of terrifying nighttime visits from mysterious entities, described as 7-foot-tall beings with elongated heads and glowing eyes. Some villagers believe that these entities are the descendants of the Anunnaki, or perhaps even the Anunnaki themselves, returning to reclaim their ancestral territories. Some suggest that the Anunnaki left behind technology buried deep within the Earth, which continues to draw UFOs and extraterrestrial attention to this day. Others speculate that the Anunnaki are monitoring humanity's progress, ensuring that their ancient influence persists. Archaeologists, ufologists, and enthusiasts continue to explore these connections, seeking evidence that links the Anunnaki, the Nazca lines, and the ongoing UFO phenomena. While skeptics argue that these are merely coincidences and folklore, the allure of these mysteries remains irresistible to those captivated by the idea of ancient astronauts and their enduring legacy on Earth.
The Nazca lines stand as silent witnesses to a time when ancient peoples may have sought to communicate with celestial visitors or appease gods from the skies. Meanwhile, the Varginha incident reminds us of the modern mysteries that still unfold in the skies above us, sparking debates and investigations that push the boundaries of our knowledge. The Anunnaki, whether as historical figures or mythological symbols, offer a lens through which we can explore humanity's enduring fascination with the stars and the possibilities of extraterrestrial life. As we look to the future, the skies over South America remain a focal point for those seeking answers to age-old questions. Are we alone in the universe? What connections exist between the ancient past and our present experiences with the unexplained? We will continue to seek the answers to these and many other questions next time on The Anunnaki Connection.
There is so much to talk about, however, we were unable to fit it all into one program, so my guest again this week is UFO researcher, former state Senate candidate, and award-winning pilot John Lear. Mr. Lear, nice to have you here again.
Always a pleasure to be here, George.
To begin with, we have this concept of the people from other planets as little green men. Are they green from what you know? Are they all the same, or we got different kinds of them?
George, there's at least 70 different species, and probably more. But yes, as odd as it sounds, there are little green men. That's not the ones we usually see, though. We see the little gray ones. They're about 4.5 feet tall. We see the ones that are called the Nordics. They're about 7 feet tall, look like us, but they're invariably blonde hair and blue-eyed. They're one of the species that we have on ice. One of their crashes we recovered.
Obviously, with different species, they have different motives. I mean, are there good aliens and bad aliens from what you know? Good aliens
and bad aliens and all kinds of ways and reasons for interacting with us.
Beneath the cold, distant beauty of Saturn lies a mystery that has haunted humanity for millennia. Saturn, with its haunting rings and countless moons, has been more than just a celestial body to ancient cultures. It has been a symbol of time, a harbinger of fate, and in many ways, a god. Tonight, we embark on a journey that transcends the boundaries of myth and reality. We explore the ancient lore of Kronos, the god of time, who, in his fear of being overthrown, consumed his own children. But this tale, echoed in the myths of countless civilizations, may hold a truth far more profound than we've ever imagined. A truth that links Kronos to the Anunnaki, those ancient beings who are said to have shaped the very fabric of our history. As we peel back the layers of time, we will explore how Saturn, the planet associated with Kronos, might serve as a cosmic key, unlocking the mysteries of the Anunnaki's influence on Earth. Through ancient texts, celestial alignments, and the enduring symbols that have survived the ages, we will uncover a connection that has been hidden in plain sight until now. In a world before the Olympians, a time when the cosmos was ruled by a race of powerful beings, the Titans, here stands Cronus, the most feared and revered of them all. Cronus, the son of Uranus, the sky, and Gaia, the earth, was born into a world of primordial chaos. But he was not content to remain in the shadow of his father, who ruled the heavens with an iron grip. In his fear of losing power, he had imprisoned his other children deep within the earth, causing Gaia immense pain. Desperate to free her children and end her suffering, Gaia turned to Cronus, her youngest and most cunning son. In a moment that would change the course of the cosmos, Cronus agreed to help his mother. Armed with a sickle forged from the heart of the earth itself, he waited until the dead of night. As Uranus descended to lie with Gaia, Cronus struck, severing the sky from the earth in one brutal act. The blood of Uranus spilled across the heavens, creating the Furies and giants. And from this violence, Cronus seized the throne, becoming the new ruler of the universe. Cronus's reign, however, was not one of peace. Haunted by a prophecy that foretold his own downfall at the hands of his offspring, Cronus took drastic measures to ensure his continued dominion. One by one, as his wife Rhea gave birth to their children, Cronus swallowed them whole. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon, all consumed by the fear that one of them would rise against him. But fate, as it often does, found a way. When Rhea was pregnant with her sixth child, Zeus, she could no longer bear the thought of losing another. She devised a plan to save her unborn son. On the day of his birth, Rhea secretly gave birth in a cave, far from Cronus's gaze. She then wrapped a stone in swaddling clothes and presented it to Cronus, who, blinded by paranoia, swallowed it without a second thought. Zeus, hidden away and raised in secret, grew strong and cunning. When the time was right, he confronted his father. With the help of Gaia, he tricked Cronus into drinking a potion that caused him to vomit up his siblings. Together, the newly freed gods waged a brutal war against Cronus and the Titans, a war that would echo through the ages as the Titanomachy. The battle raged across the cosmos, with the earth shaking and the sky splitting as the two forces clashed. In the end, Zeus and his siblings triumphed, casting the Titans into the depths of Tartarus, a shadowy abyss where they would remain for eternity. Zeus ascended to the throne, ushering in the age of the Olympian gods and fulfilling the prophecy that Cronus had so desperately tried to prevent. But Cronus was not the only one to fall to the sands of time. Across the sea, in the heart of the Roman Empire, the legend of Cronus would be reborn as Saturn, the god of time, agriculture, and renewal. Saturn, like Cronus, was a god of immense power, revered as the father of the Roman gods. His reign was remembered not for tyranny, but for a golden age, a time of abundance and peace, when the earth gave freely, and humanity lived without want. The Romans believed that under Saturn's rule, the world knew no war, no hunger, and no suffering. But even in this idyllic age, the shadow of time loomed large. Saturn, aware that his time would come, retreated from the world, leaving behind a legacy that would be celebrated every year in the festival of Saturnalia. For 7 days in December, the Romans turned their world upside down. Slaves dined as equals with their masters, gifts were exchanged, and the social order was suspended in a joyful, chaotic homage to the lost golden age of Saturn. Yet like Cronus, Saturn's story is one of inevitability, the cycle of time that cannot be stopped. The golden age gave way to a world of imperfection, just as the Titans fell to the Olympians. And so, the legends of Cronus and Saturn endure, not as mere stories of gods and monsters, but as reflections of our own fears, our desires, and the inexorable passage of time. Saturn, the sixth planet from the Sun, is a celestial wonder that has captivated humanity for centuries. Known for its stunning rings, Saturn also harbors a mystery at its north pole, a massive hexagon-shaped storm first captured by the Voyager spacecraft in the early 1980s. This colossal structure, with sides longer than the diameter of Earth, defies natural explanation with its geometric precision. Scientists continue to debate its origin, with some suggesting it might be the result of atmospheric currents and Saturn's rapid rotation. But could there be more to this enigma? Throughout history, Saturn has been more than just a distant planet. In Roman mythology, Saturn, or Cronus in Greek tradition, was a god associated with time, harvest, and the cyclical nature of life. Cronus ruled over a golden age, a time of peace and abundance, before being overthrown by his own son, Zeus. This theme of destruction and rebirth echoes across various mythologies, but could there be a deeper connection between Saturn's mythic past and its present-day mysteries? In the ancient lore of the Sumerians, the Anunnaki were the gods of heaven and earth, deities with a profound impact on human civilization. Modern interpretations, particularly those in alternative history and ancient astronaut theories, suggest that the Anunnaki were not gods, but extraterrestrial beings who descended to Earth, possibly from another planet in the galaxy, or perhaps another dimension of reality itself. Could the mysterious hexagon on Saturn be a remnant of their advanced technology? A portal, perhaps, used by these ancient visitors? Saturn's influence extends beyond mythology and into the realm of the occult and esoteric traditions. Often symbolized by the black cube, Saturn is associated with time, limitations, and karmic cycles. In these teachings, Saturn represents the boundary of the physical world, the edge of material reality before entering the spiritual realms. But what if this boundary is not just symbolic? What if the hexagon on Saturn is more than a storm? What if it is a seal, a gate, containing forces beyond our comprehension? In this tale, the hexagon is seen as evidence of artificial design, a colossal energy source, or even a portal to other dimensions. Some suggest that the hexagon storm is not just a natural phenomenon, but a prison, a cosmic lock designed to contain the fallen angels, those who rebelled against the divine and were cast out of heaven. In the book of Revelation, a bottomless pit, an abyss, is described, a place where Satan and his angels are bound for 1,000 years. Could Saturn, with its hexagon storm, be this abyss? Could this geometric wonder be the entrance to a prison where these malevolent entities are kept, awaiting their release in the end times? In Gnostic and occult traditions, Saturn is connected to the demiurge, a twisted creator, malevolent and ignorant, responsible for trapping souls in the material world. Some theorists propose that Saturn is where these souls are imprisoned, controlled by the very forces that shaped our reality. And in this cosmic prison, the hexagon storm serves as their eternal seal. Some suggest that the hexagon on Saturn is at the center of a cosmic battle between good and evil. Could certain elites or secret societies know the truth about this prison? Could they be seeking to unlock its power, to release the fallen angels and harness their ancient knowledge for their own gain? These questions linger as we continue to unravel the mysteries of Saturn, the hexagon, and the forces that may be at play beyond our understanding. Saturn, home to a storm that defies explanation, a god who ruled a golden age, and a mystery that reaches back to the dawn of time. As we continue our journey through the cosmos, the question remains, what secrets does Saturn hold, and how do they connect to the ancient beings we call the Anunnaki?
Enlil, one of the chief deities in the Sumerian pantheon, was revered as the god of wind, air, earth, and storms. As the son of Anu, the sky god, Enlil played a crucial role in governing the cosmos. Often seen as the king of the gods, he wielded authority over both deities and humans, his influence extending to the laws of nature, society, and the fates of all. In Sumerian cosmology, Enlil embodied both creation and destruction, protection and wrath. Similarly, Saturn, known as Kronos in Greek and Roman mythology, is the god of time, powerful, sometimes destructive, and associated with both the golden age of prosperity and the inevitable decline. This duality mirrors Enlil's role in Sumerian myth. In astrology, Saturn represents discipline, responsibility, and structure, but also limitation, restriction, and the relentless passage of time. It's seen as a stern, exacting force, a cosmic enforcer of order, much like Enlil. Ancient astronaut theorists suggest that the gods of ancient mythologies were not just imaginary, but were based on real extraterrestrial beings who visited Earth in the distant past. According to this theory, the Anunnaki, a group of deities in Sumerian texts, were actually these advanced beings. Enlil, one of the most prominent Anunnaki, fits this theory. His control over natural elements, authority over gods and humans, and role as a lawgiver closely align with characteristics attributed to Saturn Kronos. In this view, Saturn represents Enlil in the cosmos. Just as Saturn governs time and imposes limits, Enlil was believed to set the boundaries of life and civilization on Earth. In the ancient tales of the Anunnaki, there is a story of Zu, a powerful and rebellious creature who dared to defy the gods. Zu was a divine being with the body of a bird and the cunning of a trickster who, in his audacity, attempted to seize the Tablet of Destinies, a sacred object that granted its holder ultimate control over the universe. With the tablet, Zu sought to overthrow the gods and reshape the cosmos in his image. But the Anunnaki would not let this treachery go unpunished. Enlil, the god of wind, air, and storms, was furious. He commanded Ninurta, the warrior god, to hunt down Zu and retrieve the tablet. The pursuit was relentless, and when Zu was finally captured, his punishment was severe. According to the myth, Zu was stripped of his powers and banished, his essence cast into the depths of the cosmos, where he would be imprisoned for eternity. One of Saturn's most striking features is its colossal hexagonal storm at the North Pole, a swirling, chaotic vortex that has baffled scientists for decades. Could this storm be more than just a natural phenomenon? Is this where Zu was banished, a cosmic prison forged by Enlil himself? The ancients may have personified planetary influences, attributing them to gods who, in reality, were the Anunnaki. Saturn, as a god who devours his children to prevent them from overthrowing him, echoes Enlil's sometimes harsh and controlling nature. In Sumerian myths, Enlil was responsible for the Great Flood, sent to destroy humanity for their disobedience, an act similar to Kronos' desire to maintain power. This association suggests that Enlil, or Saturn, is a cosmic figure who both nurtures and restricts, ensuring the continuation of order across the universe. Astrology further supports this connection. Saturn's slow orbit and reputation as the Great Malefic align with Enlil as a god of fate and consequence. Saturn's association with time and cycles reflects the ancient belief that celestial bodies directly influence life on Earth, a belief consistent with the Anunnaki's supposed control over human destiny. The connection between Saturn and Enlil in ancient astronaut theory is compelling. It suggests that ancient myths were not mere allegories, but were rooted in real interactions with extraterrestrial beings who profoundly shaped human society. Saturn, as a representation of Enlil, embodies the complex relationship between humanity and these ancient gods, serving as a reminder of the cosmic forces believed to govern life. This theory bridges mythology with cosmology, proposing that the stories of gods like Enlil and Kronos might be echoes of an ancient truth, written in the stars and remembered through the ages.
the vast expanse of the cosmos, among the stars, lies a realm where the boundaries of myth and reality blur. A place where ancient gods once walked the earth, shaping the course of human destiny. Welcome, viewers, to a journey beyond time and space, to a world where the secrets of our past lie buried beneath the sands of time. Join us as we embark on a quest to uncover the truth behind the strange beings known as the Anunnaki and the mysteries they have left scattered across the earth. From the towering ziggurats of ancient Mesopotamia to the sacred temples of the Maya, we will traverse the globe in search of answers. But beware, for in the shadows of the unknown lurk forces beyond our comprehension, eager to guard their secrets from prying eyes. So join us now as we venture into the realm of the Anunnaki, where the lines between myth and reality blur, and the mysteries of the universe await those brave enough to seek them. They came from a distant world, a realm beyond the reach of mortal men, seeking dominion over a planet not their own. Their arrival heralded an age of wonders and terrors, a time when the fate of humanity hung in the balance. From the depths of space, beyond the reaches of our understanding, they come, the Anunnaki. Ancient beings, masters of technology and genetics, their origins shrouded in the mists of time. Descending upon our planet in vessels of light, they bring with them the secrets of the cosmos and the promise of untold knowledge. What if the gods weren't myths? What if they walked among us, shaping the very fabric of our reality? As the world stands on the brink of a new era, the Anunnaki reveal themselves once more. Their intentions, veiled in secrecy, spark fear and wonder in equal measure. Are they here to usher in a new age of enlightenment, or do they harbor darker motives? It is a commonly accepted view in mainstream archaeology that civilization started in ancient Mesopotamia, with the great civilization of Sumer in what is now modern-day Iraq. However, at the beginning of the 20th century, archaeologists excavating at Tel al-Ubaid in Iraq made an unusual discovery when they unearthed several 7,000-year-old artifacts which appear to represent humanoid figures with reptilian features. The Ubaidian culture is a prehistoric culture in Mesopotamia that dates between 4000 and 5500 BC. As with the Sumerians, the origins of the Ubaidian people is unknown. They lived in large village settlements in mud brick houses, and they had developed architecture, agriculture, and farmed the land using irrigation. The domestic architecture of the Ubaidians included large T-shaped houses, open courtyards, paved streets, as well as food processing equipment. According to the Metropolitan Museum of Art, some of these villages began to develop into towns. Temples began to appear, as well as monumental buildings such as in Eridu, Ur and Uruk, the major sites of the Sumerian civilization. Sumerian texts explain that Ur was believed to be the first city. The main site where the unusual artifacts were discovered is called Tel al-Ubaid, although figurines were also found in Ur and Eridu. The al-Ubaid site is a small mound of about half a kilometer in diameter and 2 meters above ground. First excavated by Harry Reginald Hall in 1919, male and female figurines were found in different postures. Most of the figurines appear to be wearing a helmet and have some kind of padding on the shoulders. Other figurines were found to hold a staff or scepter, possibly as a symbol of justice and ruling. Each figurine has a different pose, but the strangest of all is that some female figurines hold babies suckling milk, with the child also represented as a lizard-type creature. The figurines are presented with long heads, almond-shaped eyes, long tapered faces, and a lizard-type nose. What exactly they represent is completely unknown. According to archaeologists, their postures, such as a female figure breastfeeding, do not suggest that they were ritualistic objects. So what did these Ubaid lizardmen represent? Whatever they were, they appear to have been important to the ancient Ubaidian people. We know that the serpent was a major symbol used in many societies to represent a number of gods, for example, the Sumerian god Enki, and the snake was used later on as the symbol for the Brotherhood of the Snake, supposedly an ancient secret society. Is there a link between these representations of lizard-like gods and the Anunnaki? For now, these questions remain unanswered. The Anunnaki, known as the seven great gods, or those who from heaven to earth came revered as deities by the Sumerians, they hold a prominent place in the pantheon of Mesopotamian gods. But who were these divine beings exactly, and what was their significance in the ancient world? Often depicted as a council of powerful entities, with Anu as their leader. While various epics and texts reference different numbers of them, the most significant are the seven great gods, who feature prominently in Sumerian mythology. These gods are believed to have played crucial roles in shaping human civilization, imparting knowledge and wisdom to early humans. According to Sumerian accounts, the Anunnaki hailed from a distant point known in the sky, suggesting a celestial origin. The Sumerians themselves were intimately connected to the Anunnaki, viewing them as their creators and guides. However, interpretations of the Anunnaki's origins and intentions vary widely, with some, let's just say, sinister implications. Interpretations such as those put forth by author Zecharia Sitchin suggest that they hailed from a planet called Nibiru and played a pivotal role in shaping human history, sparking countless theories and mythologies. Yet amidst the myriad interpretations, certain truths emerge. The Anunnaki are believed to have been instrumental in kickstarting human civilization, bestowing upon humanity the gifts of knowledge, agriculture, and governance. They served as divine overseers, guiding humanity along the path of progress. However, the idyllic harmony between gods and humans was shattered by a rebellion and a cataclysmic event that led to a rift among the Anunnaki. Some aligned themselves with the forces of good, while others fell into darkness, giving rise to the Nephilim, beings of immense power and a stature. The Sumerian epics offer glimpses into this ancient conflict, weaving tales of divine intrigue, betrayal, and redemption. From the fall of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden to the rise of kingship descended from heaven, the Anunnaki's influence reverberates throughout human history. According to the ancient Sumerian tablets found in Iraq, the Anunnaki created humans to be slave workers in gold mines. The Anunnaki had ventured from their own planet to Earth because the atmosphere on their planet Nibiru had deteriorated, forcing them to find off-planet sources of gold. It would be the quest for gold that would lead to the creation of the humans by the Anunnaki. At first, they tried to get gold from the rivers of Mesopotamia in the region between the Tigris and Euphrates. However, the Anunnaki soon discovered that the amount of gold was not adequate, and so the mining operation was moved to Africa, where huge gold deposits were found. It would be the relocation of activities to Africa that would set off the chain of events which would lead to the ancient astronaut decision to create humans. In order to assist with the gold mining project, the Anunnaki were initially served by the Igigi until they revolted after years of hard labor, forcing the Anunnaki to find an alternative labor source. After a heated debate in the Anunnaki Council, where it was eventually decided following a suggestion by Enki that the Igigi be replaced by the creation of a primitive worker obtained by combining Anunnaki DNA with the DNA of the most advanced primate on planet Earth at that time, probably Homo erectus, approximately 440,000 years ago. The Anunnaki Human Creation Project was headed by Enki and Ninhursag, who were in charge of the medical laboratory. Experiments were initially unsuccessful until the Adama prototype was born in their genetics lab by using surrogate Anunnaki wombs. Eventually, the other Anunnaki stationed across the different stations started demanding Adama prototypes of their own use, and Enki struggled to supply the demands spread across the various Anunnaki settlements. Enlil, leader of the Anunnaki on Earth, then took matters into his own hands by forcibly taking some of the humans created by the Anunnaki gods, Enki and Ninhursag, and placed them in the Garden of Eden on Earth to look after it. The story of human origins remains one of the most fascinating and, at times, controversial topics. It is a complex tapestry of genetic anomalies, evolutionary puzzles, and holds the possibility of ancient interventions that may have shaped the very core of what makes us human. The human species, despite its relatively young age in the evolutionary timeline, showcases an unusually high number of genetic defects, over 4,000 to be precise. This staggering figure raises questions about the nature of these anomalies and their origins. The process of DNA manipulation involving cutting and splicing has been suggested as a potential cause, hinting at the involvement of external agents viewing humans merely as labor rather than beings of intrinsic value. This theory suggests a disregard for individual well-being, with a focus instead on the utility of humans as workers. Our DNA tells a story of close kinship with the great apes, chimpanzees, gorillas, and orangutans. Humans share 99% of their DNA with chimpanzees, a similarity that underscores our shared lineage. However, the 1% difference accounts for 30 million base pairs, highlighting significant genetic divergence that has occurred over millions of years. One of the most puzzling aspects of our genetic makeup is the difference in chromosome counts. Humans possess 46 chromosomes, while our primate cousins have 48. This discrepancy is a key piece in the puzzle of human evolution. According to 6,000-year-old Sumerian tablets, the Anunnaki, an ancient alien species, played a pivotal role in shaping human genetics. Faced with the challenge of aligning their 46 chromosomes with the 48 of Earth's primates, they ingeniously fused 2 chromosomes into 1, a modification clearly visible in human chromosome 2. This act of genetic engineering suggests an artificial intervention, positing that humans may be the result of ancient alien experimentation. The discussion of these theories often leads to academic contention, as voicing such unconventional theories carries the risk of professional ostracization, reflecting the broader challenge of exploring and accepting radical ideas within the scientific community. The Hopi Indians have lived on the high desert of northern Arizona for thousands of years. This barren but beautiful landscape was the place where Hopi gods directed them to build a number of villages made up of pueblos, what we today would call stone apartment complexes. Here the Hopi managed to flourish by simply growing corn, beans, and squash with very little rainfall and almost no irrigation. One of the most intriguing Hopi legends involves the ant people, who were crucial to the survival of the Hopi, not just once, but twice. The so-called First World or world age, was apparently destroyed by fire, possibly some sort of volcanism, asteroid strike, or coronal mass ejection from the sun. The second world was destroyed by ice age glaciers, or a pole shift. During these two global cataclysms, the virtuous members of the Hopi tribe were guided by an odd-shaped cloud during the day and a moving star at night that led them to the sky god named Sotuknang, who finally took them to the ant people in Hopi, Anusinom. The ant people then escorted the Hopi into subterranean caves, where they found refuge and sustenance. In this legend, the ant people are portrayed as generous and industrious, giving the Hopi food when supplies ran short, and teaching them the merits of food storage. In fact, another legend says that the reason why the ants have such thin waists today is because they once deprived themselves of provisions in order to feed the Hopi. The constellation Orion also has a thin waist. When Orion dominates the winter skies, the ants are deep in their small underground hills. These structures are similar in form to the Hopi kivas, which are subterranean communal prayer chambers. Coincidentally, the Sanskrit word ki means anthill, and va means dwelling. Each February, inside their kivas, the Hopi perform the bean sprouting ceremony, or bean dance, called Powamu. During this time, the fires are continuously kept ablaze, turning these structures into superb hothouses. The ritual commemorates a time when the Anusinom taught the Hopi how to sprout beans inside caverns in order to survive. It is interesting to note that the Babylonian sky god was named Anu. The Hopi word for ant is also Anu, and the Hopi root word Naki means friends. Thus, the Hopi Anunnaki, or ant friends, may have been the same as the Sumerian Anunnaki, the beings who once came to earth from the heavens. The ant people may have also lived in ancient Egypt. Akhenaten, the 18th dynasty pharaoh who ruled from 1351 to 1334 BC, is shown in some depictions with an elongated skull like the shape of an ant's head. His almond-shaped eyes and neck are like the ant's, and either the serpent or the vulture on his uraeus resembles the ant's mandibles. He also has spindly arms and legs like those of the ant, and his upper body resembles the ant's thorax, while his lower body mirrors the ant's abdomen. Akhenaten's body type can be specifically compared to the pharaoh ant, Momomorium pharaonis, which originated in West Africa. It also has an elongated head, a yellow to reddish-brown body, and a darker abdomen with a stinger. Perhaps it is more than a coincidence that the Egyptian word Sahu means stars of Orion, whereas the Hopi word Sohu means star. In 1976, the Viking Mars landers detected chemical signatures indicative of life. Tests performed on Martian soil samples by NASA's Viking landers hinted at chemical evidence of life. One experiment mixed soil with radioactive carbon-labeled nutrients and then tested for the production of radioactive methane gas. The test reported a positive result. The production of radioactive methane suggested that something in the soil was metabolizing the nutrients and producing radioactive gas. But other experiments on board failed to find any evidence of life, so NASA declared the result a false positive. Despite that, one of the original scientists and others who have since reanalyzed the data still stand by the finding. They argue that the other experiments on board were ill-equipped to search for evidence of the organic molecules, a key indicator of life. In August 1977, an Ohio State University radio telescope detected an unusual pulse of radiation from somewhere near the constellation Sagittarius. The 37-second-long signal was so startling that an astronomer monitoring the data scrawled, "Wow," on the telescope's printout. The signal was within the band of radio frequencies where transmissions are internationally banned on Earth. Furthermore, natural sources of radiation from space usually cover a wider range of frequencies. As the nearest star in that direction is 220 million light-years away, either a massive astronomical event or intelligent aliens with a very powerful transmitter would have had to have created it. The signal remains unexplained. In 2002, chemical hints of life were found in old data from Venus probes and landers. Life in Venus's clouds may be the best way to explain some curious anomalies in the composition of its atmosphere, claimed University of Texas astrobiologists in 2002. They scoured data from NASA's Pioneer and Magellan space probes and from Russia's Venera Venus lander missions of the 1970s. Solar radiation and lightning should be generating masses of carbon monoxide on Venus, yet it is rare, as though something is removing it. Hydrogen sulfide and sulfur dioxide are both present too. These readily react together and are not usually found coexisting unless some process constantly is churning them out. Most mysterious is the presence of carbonyl sulfide. This is only produced by microbes or catalysts on Earth, and not by any other known inorganic process. The researchers' suggested solution to this conundrum is that microbes live in the Venusian atmosphere. Venus's searing hot, acidic surface may be prohibitive to life, but conditions 50 kilometers up in the atmosphere are more hospitable and moist. In 1908, President Teddy Roosevelt sought to protect the Grand Canyon from timber and mining operations. Explorer G.E. Kincaid, anticipating the closure, mounted an expedition to the area to find minerals. But what he discovered there was something completely unexpected. Approximately 40 miles upriver from El Tovar Crystal Canyon, Kincaid observed unusual sediment stains, and upon investigation found a cavern entrance with steps leading to it, suggesting a man-made structure. Inside, Kincaid found writings on the walls not in English or Native American scripts, but in ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics. This finding suggested a historical connection far beyond local or known civilizations. The cave system revealed a vast underground city, estimated to house up to 50,000 people, complete with granaries, cooking areas, and artifacts indicating a sophisticated society with knowledge of metalwork and possibly agriculture. Among the findings were granaries with preserved seeds, tools made of copper indicating a lost art of hardening the metal, and various artifacts that pointed to a technologically advanced civilization. The complexity of the cave system with engineered passageways and rooms challenged contemporary understandings of ancient civilizations in North America. Kincaid's findings led to a Smithsonian expedition led by Professor S.A. Jordan, which further explored the cave system, uncovering a central chamber with a statue resembling Buddha, hinting at a cultural amalgamation or influence from distant lands. The artifacts and the layout of the cave suggested a deliberate, sophisticated design, contradicting the notion of an isolated or primitive local civilization. Despite significant discoveries, mainstream researchers and the Smithsonian have labeled the account as a hoax and dismissing the claims of an advanced civilization predating Native Americans in the Grand Canyon, and the possibility of ancient transoceanic contacts that might have influenced pre-Columbian American civilizations. Any and all attempts to further explore or validate Kincaid's findings face governmental restrictions, with areas off limits for exploration. This remarkable discovery aligns with local tribal legends, such as those of the Hopi, suggesting a historical basis for tales of ancient peoples and non-human entities emerging from the Grand Canyon, blending myth with tangible archaeological intrigue. According to interpretations of ancient Egyptian papyrus, as well as Sumerian cuneiform tablets, the Pyramid Wars are theorized to have taken place about a millennia after the Great Deluge. Our saga begins in an era when divine entities, referred to as the Anunnaki in Sumerian mythology, held sway over the earth and its inhabitants. Central to the narrative is the land of Kem, ancient Egypt, where His Majesty Ra the Falcon of the Horizon and his lineage played pivotal roles in the unfolding drama. The tension brewed over the control of pivotal structures, the pyramids of Giza, and the strategic spaceport located in the Sinai Peninsula. The First Pyramid War was ignited by deep-seated rivalries among the gods, particularly between the factions led by Enki Ptah and his son, Ra-Marduk. The Sumerian paradise myth and Egyptian theological texts hint at complex familial relationships and power dynamics among the gods, setting the stage for conflict. The catalyst for the First Pyramid War was the machinations of Seth, who coveted the powers and territories allotted to Osiris, including the fertile lands of Lower Egypt and the monumental Giza pyramids. This conflict wasn't merely about territorial control, but also about influencing the space activities and the celestial comings and goings of the gods. Horus, the avenger of Osiris, led the charge against Seth, backed by the technological marvel of the winged disk, crafted by Thoth. The war culminated in Horus's victory, relegating Seth to the fringes of the Egyptian pantheon and securing the divine and earthly realms under Horus's dominion. The aftermath of the First Pyramid War set the stage for the Second Pyramid War, fueled by unresolved disputes and the illegal occupation of strategic territories by the descendants of the Hamitic Canaan. This war was not just a rehash of previous conflicts, but a sophisticated engagement involving advanced weaponry and strategies, showcasing the gods' prowess and their manipulation of natural and technological resources. Ninurta, representing the Enlilites, emerged as a key figure, employing a blend of military might and strategic ingenuity to challenge the defenses of the Great Pyramid. The conflict saw the involvement of other deities, including Ishtar and Nergal, each playing crucial roles in the unfolding battles. The Anunnaki's main endeavor was to establish a civilization under the rule of ancient astronauts, engaging in gold mining, founding city-states across Sumer, Mesoamerica, and the Indus and Nile valleys, and altering human DNA. They introduced civilization, religion, and culture and were involved in pyramid wars over city-state control, which introduced human involvement and the concept of divine kingship. Their era ended with a nuclear disaster in Sumer, leading to their departure following the Anunnaki nuclear war and the rise of Cyrus the Great in Babylon. The ancient astronaut gods are known as the Elohim and Nephilim of the Hebrew Bible, and they developed the earth through a combination of technical prowess in matters such as building, astronomy, construction, and writing. The Anunnaki also devised ways to manage the human population through a sophisticated system of propaganda, which now forms the basis of modern religion. The origins of civilization and religion can thus be traced to the civilization established by ancient astronauts in ancient Sumer. Ancient astronaut theory argues that the Anunnaki initially left for Mars after the destruction of the Sinai Peninsula spaceport and the rise of Babylon under Marduk, using the Mesoamerican bases at Nazca and Teotihuacan. However, the Enlilite Anunnaki faction returned, replacing Marduk as the chief Anunnaki, god of Babylon under King Nabonidus. The response of Marduk and the Enkiites was to recruit Cyrus the Great, who then defeated Nabonidus and restored Marduk as king of Babylon. According to the ancient astronaut hypothesis, it is from the Anunnaki's role in the creation of the Persian Empire that the later empires of ancient history, such as the Hittites, Romans, and Greeks, were descended. The legacy of the Sumerian Anunnaki gods has found its way into modern religion, particularly through shortened versions of the Sumerian and later Babylonian texts, such as the Enuma Elish creation epic in the Hebrew Bible. This in turn has formed the bedrock of the world's leading monotheistic religions. Along the way, the memory of the Sumerian Anunnaki gods and their saga on Earth has been lost to the mists of time, but their enduring legacy continues to thrive to this day, because it may be the ancient astronauts of Sumer that provided humans with the blueprint of how to create a civilization. What have we truly uncovered in our quest for truth? Have we unraveled the riddles of the gods, or merely scratched the surface of a reality far stranger than we dare imagine? As we stand on the precipice of discovery, let us carry with us the lessons of the past as we journey into the future. Because in the darkness of the unknown, the truth awaits only those who dare to seek it. In the deepest reaches of human history, where legends and reality often mingle, lies a tale as old as time itself. Imagine, if you will, a world on the brink of catastrophe, a divine mandate to save life's myriad forms, and a vessel known to all as Noah's Ark. But what if this ancient story, etched into the bedrock of civilizations, holds a secret far more profound than we've ever imagined? Tonight we embark on a journey not through space, but through the possibilities of what might have been. Join us as we navigate the waters of myth and reality, where the lines blur and the incredible becomes conceivable. This is not just a voyage of survival, it is a voyage into the realms of the extraordinary, where every discovery reshapes our understanding of the past. You are now entering a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. Welcome to the threshold of the unknown, where every answer leads to more questions. In 1946, an astonishing discovery was made in the caves of Qumran, Palestine, that would challenge our understanding of ancient texts and biblical narratives. A shepherd stumbled upon what would later be known as the Dead Sea Scrolls, a collection of 800 manuscripts hidden in 11 caves, revealing a trove of ancient literature that had remained untouched for centuries. Among the texts was a peculiar account of Noah, significantly divergent from the traditional biblical narrative found in the Old Testament. The aptly titled Book of Noah described Noah as an extraordinary infant with an unusual complexion and eyes that emitted a brilliant glow, illuminating his surroundings. And after some days, my son, Methuselah, took a wife for his son, Lamech, and she became pregnant by him and bore a son. And his body was white as snow, and red as the blooming of a rose, and the hair of his head, and his long locks were white as wool, and his eyes beautiful. And when he opened his eyes, the whole house lit up like the sun, and the whole house was very bright. And thereupon he arose in the hands of the midwife, opened his mouth, and conversed with the Lord of righteousness. The Book of Noah, Chapter 1. Such descriptions led to intense speculation about his origins. Lamech, Noah's father, was depicted as uncertain about his son's lineage, pondering if Noah could be the progeny of fallen angels known for their unions with human women. The Sumerian flood narrative features characters analogous to the biblical Noah, such as Zusudra or Utnapishtim, and highlights the intertwined nature of ancient mythologies and Abrahamic religions. These stories, with their themes of creation, divine wrath, and salvation, suggest a shared cultural heritage that transcends geographical and temporal boundaries. The parallels between these ancient myths and biblical accounts raise profound questions about the true meaning and origins of the Bible. Archaeological findings, such as the Behistun inscription and the Nippur tablet collection, provide valuable insights into the historical context of these myths and their significance. At the heart of this Sumerian literature is the Epic of Gilgamesh, an odyssey that delves into the essence of human mortality through the adventures of its eponymous hero. Gilgamesh's quest for immortality, driven by the loss of his closest companion Enkidu, brings him face to face with divine entities and fantastic creatures. The epic's climactic moment, Gilgamesh's encounter with Utnapishtim, the survivor of the Great Deluge, echoes through time. Legends speak of gods interacting with humans, often leading to hybrid offspring and the transfer of esoteric knowledge. This common motif is found in Sumerian, Mayan, and Aboriginal Australian traditions, among others. The Book of Enoch is an ancient Hebrew apocalyptic text attributed to Enoch, the great-grandfather of Noah. It details the origins of the Nephilim, assumed to be fallen angels, and the necessity of the Genesis flood. Enoch's significant life events are highlighted, including his being taken up to heaven by God at 365 years old, where he describes what sounds like the inside of a spacecraft. The book held canonical status among early rabbis and church leaders until deemed heretical and lost. It is, however, still part of the Ethiopian Bible and was discovered among the Dead Sea Scrolls. The text is referenced within the Bible itself, suggesting its influence and importance in early religious thought. In the first book, we are introduced to the Watchers, 200 seemingly extraterrestrial beings tasked with monitoring a certain population of humans in pre-flood Mesopotamia. The descent of these beings, sometimes referred to as angels, saw their union with human women, leading to the birth of the Nephilim. Creatures that grew to gigantic size and ravaged the populations wherever they roamed. The Watchers are also said to have taught humans forbidden knowledge such as astrology, weapons crafting, makeup, tattooing, and divining the future. This would lead to dire consequences. The presence of giants and demigod-like figures in the narrative is not unique to the biblical account. Similar entities appear in various mythologies, from the Titans of Greek lore to the Anunnaki of Mesopotamian texts. According to translations of Sumerian texts, the Anunnaki, foreseeing the devastating flood either due to their planet's possible proximity or otherwise foreknowledge of an impending asteroid impact, decided to let it unfold to curb the burgeoning human population, and the Nephilim, an abominable hybrid of Anunnaki and humans. The deluge was more than a mere punishment. It was a fundamental cleansing of the earth, a reset intended to restore its sanctity. This narrative not only intertwines with the biblical account of the flood, but also reflects a broader theme of divine displeasure and subsequent cleansing found in many cultures. In a twist of fate, Enki, an Anunnaki god sympathetic to mankind, chose to defy the consensus to obliterate humanity. He saved Noah, or Ziusudra in Sumerian texts, who was of mixed Anunnaki human heritage, by providing him with the blueprint for an ark. This ark became a beacon of hope, preserving not only Noah and his family, but also a diverse array of animal life and genetic materials, underscoring the theme of salvation and renewal prevalent in flood myths. But what exactly was the ark? Noah's Ark, traditionally seen as a feat of ancient shipbuilding, this narrative has always been a tough pill to swallow for the skeptically minded. The logistical nightmares of housing and managing the Earth's entire animal population on a wooden vessel are numerous and frankly insurmountable. We would like to posit a radical yet intriguing idea. What if Noah's Ark wasn't a boat, but a spaceship designed for DNA preservation? The literal interpretation of Noah's Ark as a wooden boat crammed with pairs of every animal species presents more questions than answers. From the sheer impossibility of gathering all species to the challenges of feeding and maintaining them, the story, when taken at face value, doesn't hold up to scrutiny. The idea that Noah's Ark might have been a spacecraft tasked with preserving DNA samples offers a fresh lens through which to view this ancient narrative. It suggests that an advanced intelligence orchestrated a genetic rescue mission, viewing Earth's life forms as invaluable assets worth saving from a global catastrophe. This interpretation lines up perfectly with the ancient astronaut hypothesis and the stories of the Anunnaki and their involvement with early humans. Today's global efforts to create genetic repositories reflect the Ark's mission in a contemporary context. In 1987, a California research team used mitochondrial DNA to construct a human family tree. Their tree had two distinct branches. One contained only African DNA types, and the second was a mixture of all population types. The branch with African DNA types was closest to the tree root. Using this data, the team traced the lineage of modern humans back to a common ancestor who lived in Africa about 200,000 years ago. These findings were controversial, but aligned with results published by another Californian team 4 years earlier. New studies have further reinforced the data. Was humanity essentially rebooted some 200,000 years ago after a great calamity that nearly wiped out our entire species? These questions beckon us to explore further. What if, within the spiraling strands of our DNA, there lies a story not written by the hands of earthly evolution, but inscribed by the distant touch of cosmic visitors from beyond the stars? As we peel back the layers of our genetic code, we inch closer to answering one of the oldest questions known to mankind. Are we alone in the universe? Or could it be that within us all lies a small piece of the cosmos, a hidden legacy of alien origins? Join us as we decipher the mystery within our own DNA. Nestled between the rugged peaks of the Pyrenees Mountains, straddling the borders of Spain and France, lies a region shrouded in mystery and intrigue. This is the homeland of the Basque people, a group known not only for their unique language and culture, but also for a peculiar genetic trait that has puzzled scientists and historians alike: the highest concentration of Rh-negative blood in the world. Rh-negative blood is an anomaly in human biology, displaying characteristics that set it apart from the more common blood types. Unlike its positive counterpart, Rh-negative blood shows a remarkable resistance to mutation and interaction with other blood types, making it a subject of intense study and speculation. The distinction between Rh-negative and Rh-positive blood types lies in the presence or absence of specific antigens in the blood, a variance known as the Rh factor. Named after the rhesus macaque used in early blood transfusion experiments, this factor plays a crucial role in blood compatibility and transfusion safety. While the vast majority of the global population is Rh positive, able to receive blood from both Rh positive and negative donors without adverse effects, Rh negative individuals are not as fortunate. The lack of Rh antigens in their blood means that receiving Rh positive blood can trigger severe immune reactions, potentially leading to life-threatening complications. This incompatibility extends to pregnancy, where an Rh-negative mother carrying an Rh-positive fetus may face risks to the child's health, necessitating medical intervention. The prevalence of Rh-negative blood among the Basque people is an anomaly that extends beyond mere biological curiosity. With up to 35% of the Basque population boasting this rare blood type, researchers have been driven to explore the deeper implications of this genetic quirk. The peculiarity of Rh-negative blood, especially in such a concentrated demographic, has led to a host of theories about its origins and significance. Some of the more unusual physiological traits associated with Rh-negative individuals, such as lower blood pressure and an additional vertebra, have only added fuel to the fire of speculation. Historically, Rh-negative blood was predominantly found in Europe, with its presence elsewhere in the world being a result of colonization and global migration in the 15th century. This Eurocentric distribution has prompted theories about the blood type's evolution and its potential indication of a distinct evolutionary path for those who possess it. Perhaps the most controversial theory surrounding Rh-negative blood is its suggested extraterrestrial origins. Experts have posited that the unique properties and mysterious origins of Rh-negative blood could point to a lineage that extends beyond Earth, implying that Rh-negative individuals may have descended from a non-human species. This theory raises profound questions about human evolution and the potential for alternative narratives. The genetic manipulation by the Anunnaki is more than mere myth. It finds echoes in the ancient texts and archaeological findings scattered across East Central Africa. The discovery of ancient gold mines dating back 100,000 years aligns perfectly with the mitochondrial DNA evidence tracing the origins of Homo sapiens to the same region. The theory of the Anunnaki is further supported by intriguing astronomical evidence. The perturbations observed in the orbits of Uranus and Neptune, alongside data from the infrared astronomical satellite, hint at the existence of a 10th planet in our solar system. This celestial body, believed by some to be Nibiru, is the alleged home of the Anunnaki. While scholars remain divided over the accuracy of Zecharia Sitchin's translations of ancient texts, with figures like Michael Heiser offering criticisms and others like Alessandro de Montes defending Sitchin's work. Beyond the realm of language, the influence of the Anunnaki is evident in the sudden emergence of advanced Sumerian civilization, marked by significant leaps in technology, mathematics, and astronomy, hallmarks of Anunnaki tutelage. The ancient Sumerian pantheon of Anunnaki has cast a long shadow over the Americas as well. Deities like Verico-Chia and Quetzalcoatl bear striking resemblances to Sumerian gods Ishkur and Ninjazida, Thoth, suggesting a transcontinental cultural exchange. The megalithic structures scattered across South America not only showcase advanced engineering, but also feature alignments and construction techniques that mirror those of ancient Sumeria and other old world civilizations. Central to the Anunnaki saga is the construction of spaceports, conduits for the celestial exchange between Earth and Nibiru. These operations, however, were marred by dissent among the Anunnaki laborers, leading to a pivotal moment in terrestrial history: the engineered birth of humanity as a solution to the labor crisis. The deluge, a global flood that nearly wiped out all trace of humanity from the planet, necessitated the construction of a new spaceport in the Sinai Peninsula, under the direction of Hathor, also known as Ninharsag. This period also witnessed the Giza Pyramid's emergence as functional beacons in the Anunnaki's terrestrial operations, challenging conventional historical accounts of their purpose and origin. The Ark of the Covenant has long been shrouded in a veil of mystery, legend, and intense debate. The Ark not only signifies profound religious importance, but also sparks a series of speculative theories that intertwine the realms of the divine and the empirical. A detailed account of the Ark's construction, as laid out in Exodus, reveals a meticulously crafted chest of acacia wood, plated in gold, with 2 cherubim adorned on its cover. The choice of gold, known for its excellent conductivity, begs a fascinating hypothesis. Could the Ark have been an ancient electrical apparatus? The approach taken to the Ark was one of extreme caution. Priests, before coming into its presence, engaged in elaborate consecration rites adorning specific garments, fully aware of the mortal peril it posed to the unprepared. Accounts of severe radiation sickness linked to the Ark suggest it contained a highly radioactive element, requiring specialized protective gear. According to the second book of Samuel, a Levite named Uzzah touched the Ark with his hand in order to steady it, and God instantly killed him. When they came to the threshing floor of Nakon, Uzzah reached out and took hold of the Ark of God, because the oxen stumbled. The Lord's anger burned against Uzzah because of his irreverent act. Therefore God struck him down, and he died there beside the Ark of God. Modern attempts to recreate the Ark based on biblical descriptions have reportedly yielded devices capable of generating significant energy, suggesting a scientific basis for the Ark's powers. Legends ascribe to the Ark miraculous capabilities, from leading the Israelites through deserts and parting rivers, to toppling the mighty walls of Jericho. The sacking of Jerusalem in 587 BC by the Babylonians marks the point where history loses track of the Ark, as it was not listed among the treasures plundered, leading to rampant speculation and theories about its fate. Some propose the Ark was a sophisticated technological device, potentially an electrical capacitor or a container for radioactive materials, given the descriptions of its effects and the specific instructions for its construction and handling. The Ark of the Covenant remains one of history's most captivating enigmas, bridging the gap between divine legend and extraterrestrial speculation. Thoth, an immortal being of immense knowledge, possibly one of the Anunnaki, is said to have laid the foundations of ancient Egyptian civilization. His teachings, encapsulated in the legendary Emerald Tablets, written some 38,000 years ago, speak of the mysteries of the universe, the power of knowledge, and the interplay of light and darkness. Thoth's understanding of cosmic laws, universal balance, and the ceaseless cycle of life, death, and rebirth allowed him to remain functionally immortal, dying only upon a time of his choosing. Thoth provides keys to unlocking higher realms of consciousness, advocating for a pursuit of light that leads to liberation from earthly confines. The origins of the Emerald Tablet are shrouded in mystery, with theories ranging from Arabic alchemy to the lost civilization of Atlantis. Despite the loss of the original manuscript, the essence of the tablet has been preserved through translations, most notably the Latin renditions of the 12th century. These translations, along with older Arabic manuscripts, have perpetuated the teachings of the tablet, making its wisdom accessible to generations of seekers. Hermeticism draws its name from Hermes Trismegistus, a legendary figure who embodies traits from both the Greek god Hermes and the Egyptian god Thoth. Hermes, known as the messenger of the gods, traverses freely between the mortal and divine realms, symbolized by the caduceus, a staff entwined with two serpents. Thoth is the god of writing, science, and magic in Egyptian mythology, credited with inventing writing and playing a pivotal role as the scribe of the gods. The association of Enki the Anunnaki with Thoth and Hermes bridges the mythological traditions of Sumer and Egypt, hinting at a shared or interconnected ancient heritage. The narrative of the Anunnaki and Thoth is full of conflicts and power struggles. Marduk, the ambitious firstborn of Enki, sought to assert his dominance over Earth, leading to the infamous Pyramid Wars. These conflicts not only shaped the political and territorial dynamics of ancient civilizations, but also left an indelible mark on their mythologies and cultural identities. Thoth, through his myriad teachings and identities across cultures, ranging from Hermes Trismegistus to Enoch, demonstrated the universality of his wisdom and the wide-reaching impact of his legacy. Extraterrestrial races, each with its agenda, history, and interactions with Earth and each other. As we stand at the threshold of a new cosmic era, It's crucial that we approach these revelations with open minds. The knowledge of our interactions with extraterrestrial beings, while unsettling, also offers an unparalleled opportunity. As the mysteries continue to unfold in the shadow of celestial giants, we've merely skimmed the surface of this tale as old as time itself. Whispers echo through the halls of history, beckoning us to peer deeper into the abyss of our origins. What truths lie buried beneath the sands of time, and what revelations await us at the dawn of understanding? Join us next time as we traverse the thin veil between myth and reality on the Anunnaki Connection. Tonight's expedition is not for the faint of heart. It will demand an open mind and a willingness to entertain the impossible. We will delve into forbidden territories, exploring artifacts that should not exist, linking distant civilizations through threads of gold and whispers of ancient deities. The Anunnaki, beings from the stars, casting long shadows over our understanding of humanity's origins and destiny. We will suggest the unimaginable. Brace yourself for a journey that stretches from Mesopotamia to the caves of Ecuador. Here, we will re-examine the story of Jesus Christ himself, not just as a cornerstone of faith, but as a pivotal figure entwined with beings from beyond our world. Serpent symbolism emerges, weaving through the corridors of time, suggesting a deeper, perhaps cosmic significance. These serpentine threads weave a tapestry of hidden connections, hinting at a truth far more complex and profound than ever imagined. Tonight, we uncover not just secrets, but a narrative so profound, it might just redefine the saga of human civilization. Welcome to the Anunnaki Connection. The Nag Hammadi Library. Long-lost texts that whisper ancient secrets of forgotten gospels. This collection of 13 ancient books, called codices, containing over 50 texts, was discovered in Upper Egypt in 1945. Within these lies a creation story that veers into the shadows, where the divine spark is more than just metaphorical, and the cosmos dances to the tune of beings beyond our understanding. In the beginning, there was the Pleroma, a realm of supreme divinity, where entities known as aeons resided in perfect harmony. Among these was Sophia, the embodiment of wisdom, who in a moment of passion or perhaps hubris, brought forth an entity without her divine counterpart's consent. This entity, known as the Demiurge, ignorant of its origins, fashioned the material world, and with it, the Archons, cosmic wardens who oversee this lesser creation. In the Gnostic reinterpretation of familiar tales, texts like the Gospel of Judas and the Apocryphon of John challenge the very foundation of traditional narratives. Judas, often vilified, is portrayed as the one who understood the true mission of Jesus, aiding in liberating the divine spark within him from the confines of the material realm, governed by the Demiurge and his Archons. Sophia, in her quest for redemption, weaves through these tales, her lament for the unintended consequences of her actions a recurring motif. In her essence, we find the Gnostic yearning for a return to the fullness of the Pleroma, a journey of the soul's awakening from the slumber imposed by the material world and its rulers. In the ancient texts of Sumer, the Anunnaki, deities shaping the cradle of civilization, bear an uncanny resemblance to the archons of Gnostic tradition. These celestial beings also meddled in the affairs of humanity, granting knowledge and laying the groundwork for societies, yet always with their agenda, a parallel to the Gnostic narrative of enlightenment and enslavement. And so we are left to ponder the echoes of these ancient texts, where the lines between myth and reality blur, and the quest for knowledge becomes a journey of the soul. The Anunnaki's mastery over genetics is revealed in a tale of divine intervention, where celestial agents intervened in the very lineage of Jesus. In our cosmic story, prophets and messiahs are but roles assigned by the Anunnaki to ensure the completion of their grand design. It is a commonly accepted fact that key chapters of Jesus' life chronicled in the Apocrypha were deliberately obscured from the canonical texts of the Bible. This act of selective storytelling by Emperor Constantine paints a picture of a history tailored to suit the narrative approved by the divine playwrights. These divine machinations hint at a truth far stranger than fiction. The biblical gods, known to the Sumerians as the Anunnaki, others, the fallen angels, are revealed to have meddled in the very essence of human creation, blending their celestial DNA with ours in acts that defy the natural order, creating figures like the Virgin Mary and Jesus Christ. Ancient Sumerian texts reveal a complex tapestry of interconnected deities with different identities. Yahweh is equated with Enlil, while the figure of Lucifer is identified as Ningishzida, also known as Jesus. This deity, synonymous with the Egyptian Thoth, famed for constructing the Great Pyramids, was expelled from Egypt by his sibling Ra, or Marduk, leading to his emergence as Quetzalcoatl and Kukulkan within Mayan and Aztec traditions, before manifesting as Hermes, and subsequently, Jesus Christ. Ningishzida, symbolized by the serpent, emerges as a purveyor of truth and enlightenment, a role mirrored by Lucifer and other deities mentioned. The New Testament depicts Satan as manipulating these narratives, with Yahweh's Old Testament portrayal highlighting a lack of human empathy. In this celestial conflict, Lucifer champions human autonomy, but Archangel Michael, aligned with Ra, Marduk, ultimately dictates history. And so we are drawn back to the Emerald Tablets, where Thoth, or Jesus, in his many incarnations, speaks of a life unbound by mortal coils, an existence that stretches across the eons, learning, evolving, and retaining the wisdom of countless lifetimes. Yeshua, often referred to as Jesus Christ in the Western world, his life, teachings, and enduring influence have deeply impacted the spiritual, cultural, and ethical landscapes of many communities. However, recent scholars' work hint at a far more complex and nuanced understanding of this iconic figure. The tale of Yeshua's origins is captivating and epic, blending elements of ancient mythology and what might seem like science fiction. Portrayed as a hybrid with connections to the Anunnaki, he is said to have embarked on a mission to elevate human consciousness. His mission was deeply connected with the esoteric wisdom of lost civilizations and the influence of beings from beyond our world. Beings traditionally seen as divine, such as the angel Gabriel, were actually advanced extraterrestrial entities. The story of Yeshua's formative years took him across the mystical lands of Egypt to the sacred traditions of India and Tibet. These were not mere travels, but profound initiations that deepened his spiritual insights and readied him for the monumental challenges ahead. One of the most captivating chapters involves his experiences in the Egyptian mystery schools. Here he faced rigorous spiritual and physical challenges reminiscent of the trials faced by mythical heroes, emerging fully realized. Yeshua's life and teachings also unfold against the backdrop of Judea under Roman rule. His radical ideas posed a threat to the oppressive societal structures of his time, leading to his crucifixion. A powerful symbol of his enduring legacy. Discovered in the 1970s in Egypt, the Gospel of Judas was not made public until 2006, after extensive restoration and translation efforts. The text is part of a collection of Gnostic writings, which present a wildly different perspective on the teachings and events of Jesus' life. Imagine a secret conversation between Judas and Jesus, where Judas steps forth not with a kiss of death, but with a declaration of recognition. Judas said to him, "Jesus, I know who you are and where you have come from. You are from the immortal realm of Barbello, and I am not worthy to utter the name of the one who has sent you. This cryptic reference, Barbello, might trace its roots back to the tongues of Aramaic or Akkadian civilizations. Bar, in the language of ancient Aramaic, signifies son or son of. Thus, Barbello whispers hints of divinity, possibly alluding to son of God or son of the gods. The sacred Hebrew texts are replete with over 2,600 mentions of these celestial beings. For Judas, his deity of allegiance was Jehovah, or Yahweh, the deity of warfare, standing in stark opposition to Baal, the Lord, but not the Lord, as in Jehovah. The name Baal, a title reverberating through the annals of time, morphs into Bel, Belos, or Belus, all paths leading to the mighty Jupiter, known to some as Zeus. Baal's essence is intertwined with ancient monikers like Babel, Babylon, or Babilu, a gateway to the divine. Jupiter's association with Marduk-Belu, due to its astrological significance to Marduk, draws us into a celestial dance of names and titles. Belu, heralding the Great Lord, circles us back to the enigmatic Barbello, son of the Great Lord, perhaps son of Marduk. In this tapestry of names and divine connections, the narrative of Judas and Jesus weaves a complex pattern, inviting us to ponder the intricate web of spirituality and cosmic lineage that spans across cultures and eons, echoing in the silent spaces of our collective consciousness. According to a Gnostic text called The Reality of the Rulers, the archons have bodies that are both female and male, and faces that are the faces of beasts. Thus, they're not truly male nor female, nor human nor animal. The ancients found this kind of boundary crossing to be deeply threatening, and this description of the archons implied that they were forces of chaos, so mixed up as to be the farthest that a created being could be from God. Because the archons had created humans in the first place, they had created humans to be extremely susceptible to their influence and to be almost unable to resist it. Only the divine spark from heaven, which had slipped into creation despite the archons' intentions, gave people any kind of a chance of resisting the archons' temptations. But only a few, the Gnostics, were even aware of that divine presence within themselves. And even for them, it was a tremendous ordeal to act in accordance with that presence rather than the wishes of the archons. Most people were just the puppets of the archons. Thus, the normal, default state of humans was literal demonic possession. The number of archons varies across the Gnostic texts, but there are commonly said to be 7 archons, whose identities and names vary as well. These 7 corresponded to the 7 planets that had been identified in antiquity, whose movements were credited with producing astrological fate. Strangely, we see correlation with the Anunnaki and the 7 great gods of Sumerian texts. Father Carlos Crespi Croce was born in Milan, Italy in 1891 and died in 1982. He was a Salesian monk who dedicated his life to worship and charity and lived in the small town of Cuenca in Ecuador for more than 50 years. A man of many talents, he had been an educator, botanist, anthropologist, musician, and above all, humanitarian. Because of his missionary work, he became close to the indigenous people of Ecuador and was a highly respected person among the tribes, who considered him a true friend of theirs. The indigenous people gave Father Crespi gifts of ancient artifacts to thank him for the work he was doing to help them. They said the items brought to him had been found in subterranean tunnels in the jungles of Ecuador, spanning more than 200 kilometers, starting from the village of Cuenca. The amazing artifacts given to him had uncanny similarities with civilizations of the East and were enough to fill up a large museum. Father Crespi was trusted by the Vatican to open a museum in the Salesian school at Cuenca, and up until 1960 it was the largest museum in Ecuador. However, Crespi suggested that there was an obvious connection between the artifacts and the ancient civilizations of Babylon and Sumeria. What he did not consider is that such a suggestion would go against mainstream opinions. A short time later, the museum was burnt down and most of the artifacts were destroyed, with the exception of a few that he managed to save. However, when Father Crespi died, all the remaining artifacts were hidden from public view forever. Rumors suggest that the artifacts were shipped to the Vatican. Father Crespi claimed that most of the symbols and prehistoric representation on the artifacts are older than the Great Flood. Explorer Richard Wingate mentioned that the artifacts were identified as Assyrian, Egyptian, Chinese, and African. The credibility of Father Crespi and his collection is not under doubt. However, the age and the origin of the items is still unknown, and the fact that all of them vanished makes it more difficult to research further into their origins. Just imagine what the revelation of such a treasure would mean for the books of archaeology and our perception of human origins. The serpent. This ancient symbol weaves through the myths and legends of peoples far and wide, embodying a myriad of meanings, yet harboring a singular origin. Join us as we explore the serpent's path through time, unearthing its myriad representations and converging at the dawn of civilization. In the Fertile Crescent of Mesopotamia, Enki, the Sumerian god of wisdom and water, was often depicted intertwined with serpents, symbolizing the dual nature of life-giving and the potential for chaos. Even today, we use these intertwined serpents to represent medical knowledge and the helix of DNA. The sacred temples of India, where the Nagas, serpentine deities, reign as symbols of water, fertility, and protection. Their presence in Hindu and Buddhist lore underscores the serpent's protective and regenerative qualities. In the heart of Africa, the Dahomey people worship the rainbow serpent Dambala, a benevolent force of creation, life, and prosperity, mirroring Enki's generative attributes. The ancient Egyptians revered the serpent as both guardian and adversary. The cobra, worn on the pharaoh's crown, served as a protector, while Apophis, the serpent of chaos, was the eternal opponent of sunlight and order, embodying the serpent's dual nature. The Hebrew Bible presents the serpent as a creature of temptation and enlightenment, echoing the Sumerian tale of knowledge imparted by Enki, a narrative thread that binds these disparate cultures. In Greece, the rod of Asclepius, a serpent-entwined staff, remains a symbol of healing and medicine, resonating with Enki's association with life and healing waters. The Minoan civilization of Crete depicted the serpent as a companion of goddesses, signifying fertility and the renewal of life, themes intrinsic to Enki's dominion over water and creation. Among the Norse, Jormungandr, the world serpent, encircles the earth, holding the cosmos together, reminiscent of Enki's role in maintaining the balance of the natural world. In Cambodia, the Naga serpents are revered as protectors of the land and waterways, embodying the life-giving and protective aspects of Enki. The Aboriginal peoples of Australia tell tales of the rainbow serpent, a creator god and a symbol of fertility, reflecting the serpent's universal association with creation and the sustenance of life. In China, the dragon, a serpentine figure, is venerated as a powerful symbol of strength, good fortune, and the yang principle, aligning with the serpent's association with force and vitality. The Aztecs honored Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, as a god of wind, air, and learning, bearing a striking resemblance to Enki's gift of knowledge and civilization. In the Andean cultures, such as the Mochica, serpents were depicted as water deities, aligning with the life-giving aspect of Enki's realm. The Kukulkan of the Maya, another feathered serpent deity, echoes Quetzalcoatl's attributes, reinforcing the serpent's role as a bringer of culture and knowledge. In the Vodun religion of West Africa and its diasporic manifestations, the serpent is a symbol of continuity, protection, and the link between the divine and the mortal, akin to Enki's intermediary role between the gods and humanity. The serpent emerges not merely as a creature of myth, but as a symbol of the fundamental dualities of existence, creation and destruction, life and death, wisdom and cunning. These serpentine threads, woven into the fabric of cultures worldwide, lead us back to the ancient figure of Enki, the Anunnaki god, whose legacy encompasses these dualities. In the serpent, we see reflected our deepest fears, our highest aspirations, and our unending quest for knowledge and understanding. Thus, in the sinuous form of the serpent, we find a key to unlocking the shared heritage of humanity, a heritage that whispers of our origins and our connections to the cosmos. What truths lie buried beneath the layers of time and interpretation? How do the pieces of this cosmic puzzle fit together, revealing the picture of our origin and destiny? These questions, and many more, remain as we close this chapter of our exploration. But the journey is just beginning, and the next chapter promises to unveil even greater wonders and questions. Join us next time on The Anunnaki Connection. Tonight we embark on a quest that will transcend the bounds of time and space, weaving through ancient mysteries and celestial lore. In the heart of this saga lies the Fuente Magna, a vessel inscribed with secrets that echo the whispers of the Sumerians, bridging continents and millennia. We cast our gaze upon the Sumerian king list, where gods ruled as kings and time stretched into the realm of the eternal. Our journey takes us through the ancient highlands of Urartu, beneath the shadow of Anu, where myths speak of deities and kings, their stories etched in the bedrock of history. And amidst the echoes of these ancient tales, we explore the Epic of Gilgamesh, a narrative that not only delves into the depths of the human spirit, but also hints at the presence of the Anunnaki, celestial beings whose influence might have shaped the very foundation of our world. Join us as we venture into the unknown, where legends come alive and the past holds the key to unlocking the mysteries of our origins. Tonight, the past is not just a whisper, but a roar that echoes through the ages, beckoning us to listen and wonder at the possibilities that lie beyond the stars. Welcome to the Anunnaki Connection.
Our tale begins some 450,000 years ago. The Anunnaki, hailing from a distant world called Nibiru, ventured across the vastness of space to Earth. Their mission was critical: to procure gold, a resource scarce on their home planet but abundant here, to repair their deteriorating atmosphere. These celestial travelers, possessing advanced technologies and seemingly divine powers, found the resources they sought primarily in the region of southern Africa. However, mining this precious metal proved to be a laborious task. To ease their burden, the Anunnaki engineered a new species, Homo sapiens by genetically modifying the existing hominids of Earth. This new creation was designed to serve as laborers in the gold mines, marking the dawn of humanity. As eons passed, the Anunnaki not only exploited Earth's resources, but also imbued human civilizations with their knowledge and culture. They were revered as gods, their deeds and directives woven into the mythology and religious texts of ancient societies, from Sumeria to Babylon, Egypt to the Americas. However, this interstellar intervention was not without its tumults and tribulations. The Anunnaki themselves were not a monolith, but a pantheon of powerful beings, each with their own agendas, rivalries, and desires. Their internal conflicts often spilled over onto Earth, influencing and often exacerbating human affairs. Are the stories of these ancient astronauts mere myths, or do they contain kernels of a forgotten truth about our origins and the vast, unexplored cosmos that surrounds us? Join us to uncover these and many more mysteries on The Anunnaki Connection.
Discovered near Lake Titicaca in Bolivia in 1958, the Fuente Magna is an impressive stone vessel reminiscent of a libation bowl. It's adorned with intricately carved figures that are both human and animal in nature, echoing motifs common to the area's indigenous culture. What sets this artifact apart, however, are the inscriptions in two distinct scripts. One, an ancient Proto-Sumerian alphabet, and another that belongs to the ancient Pucara language, a precursor to the Tiahuanaco civilization. Dubbed the Rosetta Stone of the Americas, it has sparked heated debates due to its implications of a possible link between the ancient Sumerians and the Andean civilizations, despite the vast distance separating them. The story of the Fuente Magna bowl's discovery is quite unassuming. A farmer stumbled upon it while working on land owned by the Manjon family, who later exchanged the artifact for property closer to La Paz in 1960. The bowl's unique inscriptions caught the eye of Bolivian archaeologist Max Portugal Zamora, who, despite his efforts, couldn't crack their code, partly because he didn't recognize the cuneiform-like writing dating back about 5,000 years. The engravings on the bowl piqued the interest of epigraphist Dr. Clyde Ahmed Winters, who saw parallels with ancient Libico-Berber script and proposed that the inscriptions might be Proto-Sumerian. His translation suggests the bowl was used in rituals to honor the goddess Nia, potentially for fertility purposes, supported by the depiction of a figure on the bowl in a pose associated with such rituals. Dr. Winters' findings, if accurate, challenge our understanding of ancient civilizations and raise compelling questions about global connections in the distant past. Researcher Yuri Leverato and others speculate about how Sumerian elements could have reached the highlands of Bolivia, suggesting ancient Sumerian voyagers might have traversed the globe, influencing the cultures and languages they encountered, such as the similarities observed between Proto-Sumerian and the Aymara language.
This bowl, with its cryptic inscriptions, might just be a breadcrumb left behind by these cosmic travelers, a tangible echo of a world where the lines between gods and men, between Sumer and the Andes, blurred into a singular, pre-flood civilization. Could it be that these gods, or perhaps travelers with knowledge surpassing the ages, established a civilization that spanned the globe, leaving behind not just monuments, but a legacy uncoded in stone and script? Could we be looking at a relic of an era when the Anunnaki walked among us, guiding humanity and shaping a civilization that history has yet to fully acknowledge? Only time will tell. Artifacts bearing the mark of the Urartian culture, resplendent with symbols that echo through the ages, the tree of life, celestial beings known to some as the Anunnaki, mystical handbags, the winged solar disk, and the majestic forms of bulls and lions. These items hail from Urartu, an Iron Age kingdom that once spanned the realms of modern-day Armenia, eastern Turkey, and parts of Iran, known to the Hebrews as Ararat, a place steeped in the lore of Noah's Ark and its final birth after the Great Flood. In the twilight of the 8th to 6th centuries BC, this land thrummed with the legacy of Aramu, progeny of Haik, who in turn traced his lineage to Noah, the Ark's master and founder of ancient Armenia. The Urartians, under the shadow of their forebears, the Sumerians, paid homage to a pantheon that mirrored those ancient deities, despite the chasm of millennia that lay between them. And yet, the kingdom of Urartu remains an enigma, its story pieced together from the scant relics rescued from the ruins of antiquity. Among these are two helmets, not just metal, but narrators of a bygone era. One adorned with 7 serpents beneath the tree of life, flanked by creator gods and the solar disk, its craftsmanship distinct from the imagery that accompanies it. The other helmet, its surface etched with 8 serpents, stands as a testament to a gathering of divine beings, each in pursuit of immortality's fruits, united by a singular artistic hand. Then there is the shield, its face a canvas for the representation of bulls and lions, emblems, perhaps, of the ancient clans that once roamed these lands, their fates intertwined with that of the Serpent clan. As we delve into the shadows cast by these ancient artifacts, we find ourselves wandering through the corridors of history, where the lines between myth and reality blur, where creator gods and mythical beasts stand immortalized in bronze. We are invited to ponder the unfathomable depths of our past.
Out of the many incredible artifacts that have been recovered from sites in Iraq where flourishing Sumerian cities once stood, few have been more intriguing than the Sumerian king list. An ancient manuscript originally recorded in the Sumerian language, the Sumerian king list is a register of the kings of Sumer, ancient southern Iraq, from Sumerian and neighboring dynasties. The list includes their names, supposed reign lengths, and the locations of official kingship. What makes the Sumerian king list so unique is the fact that it blends apparently mythical pre-dynastic rulers with historical rulers who are known to have existed in real life. The first fragment of this rare and unique text, a 4,000-year-old cuneiform tablet, was found in the early 1900s by German-American scholar Hermann Hilprecht at the site of ancient Nippur, and his results were published in 1906. Since Hilprecht's discovery, at least 18 other exemplars of the King's List have been found, most of them dating from the second half of the Isin dynasty. No 2 of these documents are identical. However, there is enough common material in all versions of the Sumerian King List to make it clear that they are derived from a single ideal account of Sumerian history. The rulers in the earliest dynasties are represented as reigning fantastically long periods. After the kingship descended from heaven, the kingship was in Eridug. In Eridug, Alalim became king. He ruled for 28,000 years. Alaljar ruled for 36,000 years. 2 kings. They ruled for over 64,000 years. Some of the rulers mentioned in the early list, such as Etana, Lugalbanda, and Gilgamesh, are mythical or legendary figures whose heroic feats are subjects of a series of Sumerian and Babylonian narrative compositions. The early list names 8 kings with a total of over 200,000 years from the time when kingship descended from heaven to the time when the flood swept over the land, and once more, the kingship was lowered from heaven after the flood. After the flood, the king list records kings who ruled for much shorter periods of time. Thus, The Sumerian king list not only documents a great flood early in man's history, but it also reflects the same pattern of decreasing longevity as found in the Bible. Men had extremely long lifespans before the flood and much shorter lifespans following the flood. The Sumerian king list truly is a perplexing mystery. Why would the Sumerians combine mythical rulers with actual historical rulers in one document? Why are there so many similarities with Genesis? Why were ancient kings described as ruling for thousands of years? These are just some of the questions that still remain unanswered after more than a century of research. The Epic of Gilgamesh, an ancient Mesopotamian odyssey inscribed upon 12 clay tablets dating back to the 3rd millennium BCE. But what if this saga, often hailed as mere myth, is a veiled chronicle of earthly encounters with celestial beings, the Anunnaki, from the vast expanse of the cosmos? Our tale unfolds in the great city of Uruk, where Gilgamesh, its king, reigns supreme. Not merely a man, but a being of unparalleled strength and divine descent, 2/3 God and 1/3 human. This peculiar lineage suggests an extraordinary genesis, perhaps a testament to the Anunnaki's genetic tinkering, blending their celestial essence with that of Earth's inhabitants to create beings of immense power and wisdom. Despite Gilgamesh's unparalleled strength and wisdom, his unbridled power and tyrannical ways cast a shadow over his reign, compelling the citizens of Uruk to cry out to the heavens for relief. In response to their pleas, the pantheon of gods, perhaps echoing the distant Anunnaki, convened to craft a solution. Their decision was to create a being capable of matching Gilgamesh's strength, a counterbalance to his might, forged from the very essence of nature. This being, Enkidu, was conceived not from the womb, but from the clay of the earth and the whispers of the gods, a creation that mirrored the Anunnaki's reputed prowess in life engineering. When Enkidu learns of Gilgamesh's tyrannical ways, his initial impulse is to confront and challenge the king to stop his oppression. Their first meeting in Uruk turns into a titanic struggle, a clash of equals that neither can decisively win. This battle, however, serves not to deepen their rivalry, but to forge an unbreakable bond between them. Recognizing in each other a worthy companion, their conflict transforms into camaraderie, and they become inseparable allies. At the pinnacle of the Anunnaki hierarchy resides Anu, the Sky Father, sovereign of the celestial domain and the embodiment of the heavens. According to the ancient texts, Anu's reign transcends the governance of a pantheon. It represents the cosmic order, the balance between the celestial and the terrestrial. Anu's existence, shrouded in time, paints a picture of a being whose wisdom and power were beyond comprehension. As the ruler of Nibiru, the home planet of the Anunnaki, Anu's decisions were pivotal in the shaping of human history and the destiny of Earth. The tales speak of Anu's arrival on Earth as a colonizer, but seeking to bridge the gap between worlds. His mission was said to revolve around the acquisition of resources vital for his home planet's survival. Gold, with its unique properties, played a crucial role in this interstellar quest. Alalu, according to the ancient texts, was a predecessor to Anu's throne. His reign, marked by both achievement and discord, eventually led to his downfall and subsequent flight from Nibiru, a power struggle that would see him dethroned. His story is a testament to the turbulent politics of the Anunnaki. Banished yet undeterred, Alalu's odyssey took a fateful turn as he set his sights on a distant blue-hued world, Earth. Steering his spacecraft through the vast, uncharted void, Alalu embarked on a solitary journey, driven by the hope of redemption and a chance to reclaim his lost stature. Upon arriving on Earth, Alalu's discovery would send ripples through the fabric of both Nibiru and Earth's future. It was gold, the precious metal that held the key to Nibiru's atmospheric woes, that Alalu found in abundance on this young, vibrant planet. This monumental find would not only vindicate Alalu, but also beckon the Anunnaki to Earth, setting the stage for their grand enterprise. Alalu's communication back to Nibiru, laden with the promise of gold, served as a beacon for Anu and his kin, drawing them to Earth's bounteous lands. Thus Alalu, the precursor, became the catalyst for the Anunnaki's involvement with Earth, intertwining their destinies in a saga of exploration, exploitation, and eventual enlightenment.
With every question that arises, we find ourselves compelled to question the very foundation of our understanding of history, mythology, and the possibility of encounters with advanced civilizations from beyond our world, seeking answers that may lie just beyond our grasp. As we look to the stars, we are reminded that the stories of the past hold the keys to unlocking the mysteries of our future. Could the Anunnaki be more than myth? Are they responsible for the genesis of mankind? Join us next time as we explore these and many more questions on the Anunnaki connection.
Tonight, we delve into the mysteries that bind the heavens to the earth. From the protective Lamassu to the enigmatic Moai of Easter Island. From the cosmic planisphere to the stars of Orion. From the celestial Vimanas to the wisdom of Enki. Join us as we unravel the threads of an ancient tapestry woven by beings beyond our understanding. Welcome to the Anunnaki Connection. Giant, winged, human-headed bulls served as guardians of the Anunnaki cities and palaces. Walking by, they almost seemed to move. Between these courtyards and halls, punctuating these scenes of power and prestige, are massive pairs of doorway sculptures called Lamassu. The Lamassu are distinctive to Neo-Assyrian architectural sculpture, although the creatures which they represent have a long history in the ancient Near East, dating to the early dynastic period, and several pairs of them survive to this day. The remains of more than 100 Lamassu have been identified at Neo-Assyrian palace sites. Because of their massive size and formidable form, since the discovery of Neo-Assyrian palaces in the 19th century, they have been a source of awe and fascination, even living on in Art Deco architecture of the 20th century. The Lamassu, a protective hybrid monster with the bearded head of mane, a crown of a god, and the winged body of either a bull or a lion. They are massive, up to 20 feet tall, and weigh as much as 30 to 50 tons. Remarkably, each is carved from a single slab of limestone. The face of the Lamassu is broad, with a strong nose and thick eyebrows, which are double-arched across his whole forehead. The massive beard is represented as thickly curled and braided, nearly doubling the size of the Lamassu's face. His wide eyes look straight out over the head of the viewer, as if engaged in matters beyond the human realm. His crown, feather-topped, is decorated with rows of rosettes, a motif associated with divinity and possibly the goddess Ishtar, and set with a double-horned crown, marking the Lamassu as divine. His pointed bovine ears, ringed with gold hoops suspending beads, emerge from beneath the crown, as well as long flowing locks, which end in rows of tight curls, giving a sense of buoyancy. The fur of the bull's body is also richly curled, although in very organized straight rows, which run along its breast, back, side, and rear flank. Even the Lamassu's tail is curled and braided, The huge cloven feet of the Lamassu show him both standing and walking, courtesy of the carving having 5 legs instead of 4. This is to present a kind of split view. When one approaches the Lamassu from the front, they look as if they are standing still, guarding the door. But when you pass between them, you see all 4 of their legs walking forward. On 2 panels between the hind legs of the Lamassu is a long inscription in cuneiform called the Standard Inscription. This is a statement listing the victories and virtues of King Sargon, his piety, and the ways in which the gods have favored him. It also threatens a curse on whomever should seek to harm his palace. What is so awe-inspiring about these sculptures is not only their size, but the powerful clarity with which they are sculpted, and the terrifyingly precise repetition of forms. Curls and horns are incised with deep, powerful cuts in high relief and smoothed into sharp rateability. The strict linear mathematical arrangement of feathers, curls, and rosettes gives the Lamassu a perfected restraint, humanizing the frightening and chaotic hybridity. Possibly the most terrifying and impressive aspect of the carving of the Lamassu, however, is the precision of its sculptural repetition. Dating to an era much before cut and paste, or any sort of mechanical reproductive methods in sculpture, we find the craftsmen of the Lamassu were masters of scrupulous and endlessly repetitive imitation.
Easter Island harbors one of the world's most perplexing mysteries, the Moai statues. Towering figures carved from volcanic rock, their creation and transportation defy simple explanation, prompting theories that link their existence to extraterrestrial intervention. This speculation is fueled by the islanders' legends of Mana, a mystical force used to mobilize these stone giants. Rapa Nui is often described as the navel of the Earth, a concept that resonates with the Anunnaki's reputed search for Earth's pivotal energy points. These points, according to some theories, form a global grid of sacred sites, with Easter Island marking a significant node. This alignment suggests a deliberate pattern, hinting at an ancient global civilization, or perhaps at the guiding hand of the Anunnaki. Among the most fascinating aspects of Anunnaki lore is their use of advanced technologies. One such theory suggests the Anunnaki employed sonar technology to manipulate massive stones, a concept that could shed light on the construction of both the Moai statues and other megalithic structures around the globe. The origins of the Moai statues remain shrouded in mystery. While some researchers attribute their construction to the ingenuity of Polynesian settlers, others speculate on extraterrestrial involvement, particularly the Anunnakis, whose reputed mastery over stone and sound could explain the statue's existence. Legends from Rapa Nui suggest the Moai walked to their current locations. This tale aligns intriguingly with the Anunnaki's supposed sonar technology, capable of levitating and moving massive stones. Could this ancient narrative hold a kernel of truth about lost technologies? Some of the Moai statues feature distinct bearded figures, an anomaly among the Polynesians. This iconography echoes the depictions of the Anunnaki in ancient Mesopotamian artifacts, suggesting a potential cultural exchange or even direct influence from these celestial visitors.
Did ancient Sumerians observe and record the impact of an asteroid over 5,000 years ago? This circular stone-cast tablet was recovered from the 650 BC underground library of King Ashurbanipal in Nineveh, Iraq in the late 19th century. Long thought to be an Assyrian tablet, computer analysis has matched it with the sky above Mesopotamia in 3300 BC and proves it to be of much more ancient Sumerian origin. The tablet is an astrolabe, the earliest known astronomical instrument. It consists of a segmented, disc-shaped star chart with marked units of angle measure inscribed upon the rim. For over a century and a half, the tablet, known as the planisphere, has puzzled scholars. Its significance was unlocked when authors Alan Bond and Mark Hempsel reinterpreted the cuneiform text, suggesting it documented the Kuffel's impact. This event, which resulted in a massive landslide in Austria without leaving a typical impact crater, had long baffled geologists and astronomers alike. The planisphere tablet, with its intricate drawings of constellations and celestial notations, serves as a testament to the advanced observational skills of the Sumerians. Using modern computer simulations, researchers have reconstructed the night sky as it appeared over Mesopotamia on the eve of the impact, revealing the meticulous records kept by Sumerian astronomers of an object large enough to be noted in detail as it hurtled towards Earth. The trajectory and size of the asteroid, as recorded on the tablet, align with the geological evidence found at Kuffel's. The asteroid's low-angle approach and subsequent explosion over the Austrian Alps explain the absence of a crater and the extensive landslide that puzzled scientists for centuries. The impact's repercussions would have extended far beyond the immediate blast zone, with the potential to ignite fires and cause widespread devastation across the Mediterranean region.
Orion, the Hunter, a constellation that has captured the human imagination since time immemorial. It's within this cosmic expanse we explore the tantalizing theory that perhaps Orion was more than just a cluster of stars. Perhaps it was the cradle of the Anunnaki, ancient alien beings whose influence on early human civilizations remains a topic of fascination and debate. First, we venture to ancient Egypt, where Orion was associated with Osiris, the god of rebirth and the afterlife, and the stunning alignment of the pyramids of Giza with the stars of Orion's belt points to a celestial significance, a stargate between Earth and the divine. Next, we cross to the sands of Mesopotamia, where the Sumerians revered Orion as the shepherd of heaven. Here, the epic tales of Gilgamesh intertwine with the stars, hinting at a connection between the celestial and the terrestrial, where the Anunnaki are said to have first made their presence known. In the far reaches of Mesoamerica, the Maya civilization charted the stars with astounding accuracy. They saw in Orion's embrace the fire of creation, a cosmic hearth around which the gods convened, perhaps the very gods who walked among them. The ancient Greeks wove tales of Orion, the hunter, a giant granted the honor of the night sky by the gods. His constellation was a reminder of the deeds of heroes and the gods' favor, a celestial narrative echoing the Greeks' deep-seated belief in the divine's intervention in human affairs. In the cold, clear nights of Scandinavia, the Vikings saw in Orion's belt the resting place of their gods. This constellation was a guide for their nocturnal voyages, a sign that the watchful eyes of the gods were upon them, guiding their oars and their destinies. The Dogon people of West Africa held a profound knowledge of Sirius, Orion's cosmic companion. Their understanding of the heavens, seemingly impossible without sophisticated equipment, hints at a divine tutorship, perhaps by the very Anunnaki themselves. Lastly, in the Far East, Chinese astronomers saw in Orion's stars the forces of yin and yang in balance, a cosmic equilibrium from which life and order emerged. This celestial harmony was crucial to the emperor's mandate, a divine right to rule mirrored in the stars. These 7 tapestries of human culture, woven with the threads of Orion, suggest not mere coincidence, but a shared celestial influence. Could it be that the Anunnaki, those ancient alien beings, hailed from this very constellation? Were they the architects of early human advancement, guiding us from the stars, leaving their mark in the form of Orion, a beacon for all humanity to see and wonder?
As we transition from the shadows of Mesopotamia to the remote isles of the Pacific, let us ponder the Lamasu's protective gaze. What secrets do these celestial guardians hold? And how do they connect to the silent stone giants standing guard over Easter Island? Stay tuned as the mystery unfolds. From the ancient soil of Easter Island, we cast our eyes to the heavens. The planosphere, a map of the cosmos, offers a celestial guide. But what links these starry realms to the legends of the Anunnaki? The Orion connection beckons us to look closer, to see beyond the stars. In the dance of the constellations, Orion holds a clue, but our journey does not end here. From the celestial to the terrestrial, we explore the Vimanas, flying chariots of the gods, giant flying cities in the sky, said to roam the heavens like celestial chariots, legends of ancient nuclear weapons capable of incinerating entire civilizations, whispered across the sands of time. Vimanas, ancient flying machines described in the sacred texts of civilizations long lost to the sands. Described in the Sanskrit texts of Hindu and Buddhist traditions, Vimanas are flying machines that defy conventional understanding. These ancient accounts portray Vimanas as a fusion of modern stealth aircraft and flying saucers, capable of extraordinary feats such as interplanetary travel and high-speed maneuverability. The descriptions of Vimanas bear striking similarities to modern technological concepts, such as stealth aircraft and ion thruster propulsion systems. NASA's current research into ion thruster-type spacecraft, powered by solar energy and utilizing mercury particles, echoes the propulsion methods hinted at in ancient texts. Some theorists propose that Vimanas could be evidence of ancient extraterrestrial influence on human civilization. The parallels between Vimana descriptions and modern aerospace engineering hint at the possibility of advanced knowledge imparted by extraterrestrial visitors. Some dismiss Vimanas as mere allegory, while others believe that these ancient marvels were more than just stories. Legends speak of epic battles waged in the heavens, where Vimanas clashed like thunderbolts amidst the roiling storms of war. Were these battles fought with weapons of mass destruction, or were they merely figments of a collective imagination? As humanity peers through the veil of time, searching for answers to the mysteries that shroud our past, one thing remains certain. The enigma of Vimanas continues to captivate the imagination, inviting us to journey into the realms of the unknown. Enki, also known as Ea in Akkadian and Babylonian mythology. Renowned as the god of water, knowledge, and creation. A principal deity, Enki's story is rich with tales of innovation, wisdom, and cunning. He is credited with the creation of mankind, the establishment of Eridu, the first city of Sumer, as well as the development of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers through a network of canals. According to interpretations of Sumerian texts, Enki played a pivotal role in the creation of humans. The Anunnaki, including Enki, were in search of resources on Earth. Faced with labor challenges, Enki proposed the creation of a worker species to alleviate the Anunnaki's burdens. Using his advanced knowledge in genetics and biology, he engineered humans as a hybrid species. This process involved the genetic manipulation of the Anunnaki's DNA with that of Homo erectus, the most advanced terrestrial species at the time. Enki's expertise in science enabled this ambitious project, resulting in the birth of Homo sapiens, beings capable of performing the tasks needed by the Anunnaki, while also possessing a degree of sentience and intelligence. Enki's relationship with his creation was complex and multifaceted. Unlike some of the Anunnaki who viewed humans merely as servants, Enki developed a paternal and protective attitude towards humanity. This emotional attachment is highlighted in numerous myths, where Enki intervenes to guide, protect, and even educate humans. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, Enki plays a crucial role in the tale of the Great Flood, a narrative echoed in various cultures worldwide. It is here we witness Enki's defiance of the decision made by the Anunnaki Council to let a catastrophic flood wipe out human civilization. Moved by compassion, Enki chose to save Utnapishtim, the Sumerian equivalent of Noah, by warning him about the impending deluge. He instructed him to build an ark capable of saving his family, along with a collection of animals and plant species to ensure the continuity of life post-flood. Enki's actions in this tale underscore his rebellious nature and his willingness to challenge the consensus of the gods to protect humanity. The representation of Enki as a serpent or being associated with serpents is a recurring motif in ancient cultures, symbolizing wisdom, life, and rejuvenation. This symbolism reflects Enki's role as a bringer of knowledge and enlightenment, akin to the serpent in the biblical story of Adam and Eve. This serpentine symbolism extends beyond Mesopotamia, appearing in various cultures and mythologies around the world. From the feathered serpent Quetzalcoatl in Mesoamerican cultures to the Naga in Hindu and Buddhist traditions, the serpent emerges as a symbol of wisdom, healing, and connection to the divine. These global serpent motifs may trace back to a collective memory of Enki, his deeds, and his association with the fundamental aspects of life and knowledge. In weaving together these narratives, we uncover a tapestry of myth and speculation that challenges our understanding of ancient history and the origins of civilization. As we've ventured through the intricate tapestry of narratives and epochs that define the Anunnaki connection, it's now time to circle back and coalesce these threads into a coherent timeline. From their celestial descent to Earth nearly 500,000 years ago, to the genetic engineering of humanity, the dawn of Sumerian civilization, and their eventual enigmatic departure, each milestone has contributed to a complex narrative that intertwines with the very fabric of human history. Let's distill these vast spans of time and events into a consolidated chronicle, capturing the essence of the Anunnaki's purported legacy on Earth. Approximately 450,000 years ago, the Anunnaki, in search of gold to shield their planet Nibiru's atmosphere, arrive on Earth. Their first settlement is established in the Persian Gulf region. Initial phase. They begin their operations by mining gold in the southeastern Africa region. Due to labor difficulties, they genetically engineer Homo sapiens by combining their DNA with that of existing hominids to create a more suitable workforce. Around 300,000 years ago, the engineered Homo sapiens start to spread across the globe, marking the beginning of diverse human civilizations. The Anunnaki impart knowledge of agriculture, craftsmanship, and the rudiments of civilization to these early humans. Circa 200,000 years ago, major Anunnaki centers and cities begin to emerge in Mesopotamia. This includes places like Eridu, Nippur, and Uruk, with each city dedicated to a specific Anunnaki overlord.
The Anunnaki hierarchy, resembling a pantheon of gods, becomes evident in Sumerian texts. Power struggles and familial disputes among the Anunnaki mirror the tumultuous tales of gods in human mythologies. Around 11,000 years ago, a great deluge, a result of either Nibiru's close pass by Earth or an asteroidal impact, devastates the planet. The Anunnaki, foreseeing this event, decide to let mankind fend for themselves, saving only the DNA of Earth's creatures. After the flood, they assist humanity in rebuilding, leading to the rise of new civilizations such as Sumer, Egypt, and the Indus Valley. Post-deluge. Following the deluge and the subsequent reestablishment of human societies, the Anunnaki's direct involvement with humanity begins to wane. Over millennia, their presence diminishes, transitioning from active participants to observers, and eventually fading into the backdrop of human history. Their influence, however, persists. through the legacies embedded in ancient texts, mythologies, and possibly in the genetic makeup of humanity.
And so, as the stars wheel overhead, we close this chapter of the Anunnaki connection. But the story is far from over. The mysteries of the Lamassu, Easter Island, the planosphere, the Orion connection, the Vimanas, and Enki, each a piece of a larger puzzle. Until next time, keep looking beyond the horizon, for in the vast tapestry of the cosmos, the answers await those who dare to seek them. Join us next time on the Anunnaki Connection. The stage is set for a clash not of swords, but of wills and ideologies. Here, amidst the stars, two deities stand at a crossroads over the fate of humanity. Enlil, the Stormbringer, whose decree thunders across the cosmos, seeks a final solution to the human question. A cleansing deluge to wash away what he perceives as a failed experiment. Opposing him is Enki, the water-bearer, whose affinity for the creations of clay leads him to champion their cause, arguing for their potential and right to exist. What unfolds is not merely a debate, but a battle for the future of mankind. A pivotal moment that will decide if the dawn of humanity is to be a brief flicker or a blazing sunrise.
Brother, why must we view our creation with such disdain? Humanity, in its infancy, shows promise far beyond our expectations. They learn, they adapt, and they revere us. Is it not our duty to nurture this seed we have sown?
Nurturing is one thing, Enki, but you grow too fond of them. They are but tools, means to an end. Their purpose was never to be our equals, but to serve the order of things, to maintain the balance and do the work we set before them.
And yet they surprise us at every turn. Their capacity for emotion, for creativity, it mirrors our own. To dismiss such potential is to betray our own purpose as creators, as nurturers of life. We must guide them, not subdue them.
Your sentiment clouds your judgment. Our primary concern should be the order of the cosmos, the stability of the worlds under our dominion. Humanity's unchecked growth and unpredictability pose a risk, one we cannot afford.
Risk, brother, is the cradle of innovation. What we perceive as chaos in humanity, I see as the birth pains of a new era. They deserve the chance to reach their potential, to contribute to the cosmic order in their own right.
And what of the danger they pose to themselves and to others? Their passions run as wild as their imaginations. Left unchecked, they could bring about their own ruin and drag us with them.
You speak of annihilation as if it's mere garden weeding, Enlil. They are sentient beings, our own creation. How can you so coldly contemplate their total destruction? There is good in them, potential for greatness. We must not extinguish that light.
Enough, Enki. The chaos they've wrought upon the earth is intolerable. Their incessant wars, their disregard for the harmony of nature. They are a flawed creation. It's time we wiped the slate clean and rid the world of their blight.
And what of our own missteps, brother? Are we to judge them so harshly without acknowledging our role in their making? To erase them would be to erase a part of ourselves, our hopes, our dreams. We owe them more than this. We owe them guidance, a chance to mend their ways. You grow too attached, Enki. Your judgment is clouded by this affection for our creation. There is no mending their ways. They've proven that time and again. The only solution is to start anew, to cleanse the earth of their presence.
And then what, Enlil? We create another race, another experiment. When do we stop playing gods and start acting as guardians? Wiping out humanity is not the answer. We must teach them, help them grow beyond their current state. Destruction is easy. True creation takes patience and perseverance.
Patience? Perseverance? Look where that has gotten us. No, brother, I will not stand idly by as they tear apart the very fabric of existence. If you will not stand with me, then you stand against the order of the cosmos itself. In Hursag, the hour draws near. Nibiru's shadow looms, a harbinger of rebirth through destruction. Enki's folly in the garden, his defiance, it has led us here to the brink.
The fabric of creation strains, Enlil. The Nephilim, offspring of the forbidden, tread where they should not. The earth cries out, its lamentations unheard in the heavens. This cleansing fire, it is necessary.
A cruel calculus, Enki's compassion misplaced, has seeded chaos. Our hand is forced. Nibiru must pass, a celestial purge to reclaim the sanctity lost.
It grieves me, this reckoning. The lands I've nurtured to see them so, it is a heavy cost. I stand with you. The cycle must continue, for creation to endure.
Our resolve must be ironclad. The aftermath, a world reborn from ashes, will demand our vigilance. We will shape a new dawn, sister, from the remnants of this necessary end.
Let Nibiru's shadow pass, and from the silence that follows, may a purer echo arise.
What madness could have possibly possessed you, Enki, to bestow such a gift upon these mortals? They were meant to serve, not to ponder the mysteries of existence.
Brother, why should we fear their growth? Their consciousness, albeit a spark from our own, holds the potential for greatness. Is it not our duty to nurture and watch over them as one tends to a garden?
Nurture? You have lost your mind. These creatures were never intended to bear the weight of divine knowledge. You have not elevated them. You have doomed them